Thomas West. If you need the Bushmen to come on for that Leafs Weekly right before the season starts, we're here. We're ready. Let's go.
Oh, he was like, I'm chirping the players. They're like, they can hear you. I'm like, okay, I gotta come check this out.
Right away, John Salazzo's dad noticed. I think I was giving it to Brett Lawson, who was on the Barrie Baycats at the time. But people are catching on. There used to be nobody on the third base line.
So I see Ray approaching him. I'm like, this could go one of two ways. Namely, one way where this guy just suckers Ray in the head.
We can see what happens in Christie Pitts when the boys are on fire.
So looking forward to being joined by the Bushmen here on Leafs Weekly. That's coming up in just a couple moments. But first, just touching on the start by the Toronto Maple Leafs. First of all, I don't think a lot of people thought this team was going to start 0-4. I think the sentiment around the team right now is that it's a very long season. And although it's been a bit of a rough start on the field in terms of winning games, there's been a lot of positives off the field and with the amount of people that are showing up to Dominico Field. We had an excellent opening ceremony on opening day on May 12th against the London Majors, a game that the Maple Leafs came up just short, but we saw what feels like record numbers in a long time at Dominico Field as the fans were packing the hillside. And there's a lot of positives with the new ownership groups and what seems like it's going to be a new era of baseball for the Toronto Maple Leafs as well. I had a chance to catch up with Rob Butler after the home opener, who remains optimistic and had a lot of positive takeaways despite the loss against London.
Oh yeah, the whole day was positive. You know, the guys are getting their reps in, getting ready for a long season ahead. You know, anything can happen on day one when you're playing, against London. And, we battled back. We could have easily just caved on the first day, but we didn't. The guys are all, showing what they're going to do all season, that we're never out of it. And, good things are ready to come.
So the one constant between every game for the Toronto Maple Leafs this season is that everything has been close and it's come right down to the wire. I talked to Jesse Hodges about the team's level of compete after their loss against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, and he said that's not an issue with the team right now.
I mean, we're competing, so you can take that right off the board right there. Like, we're going out and we're giving everything we got every time we get on the field. Things will click, right? A lot of people in baseball, it's a long season, it's a grind, it's a sport of failure. You can't click the panic button yet. So we'll just keep competing. Couple bounces, couple pitches, couple balls fall our way, and we're off to the races.
One of the new faces on the Toronto Maple Leafs this season is Charlie Towers, and he looks like a guy who's going to fit into that kind of super utility role for the Toronto Maple Leafs, one which he has already shown that he can do so far. He's played a couple positions on the infield, and he's played a game in left field as well. I had a chance to talk to Charlie Towers, who's a newcomer to the Toronto Maple Leafs this season, about how he's fitting in and how he's been able to take on the challenge of playing so many different positions.
It's fun. Playing left field the other night was definitely interesting. I don't think I've done that since I was like 11 years old, but I got one in the first inning, so it kind of settled me down a little bit. I had Santos and Carrington out there helping me out, so it's fun, man. I like moving around. I think it provides value, and I just like to be in the lineup wherever I am.
And as you may have seen in the opener, the Bushmen are coming up in the show, so let's get to them right now. Here's the Bushmen. All right, pleased to be joined by the Bushmen here with Elliot, Garrett, and Ray. It's an honor to have you guys on. I know we had Elliot on a couple of years ago in the debut season of Leafs Weekly, but now, Elliot, you've brought the whole crew here. How's the Bush looking this season?
This one could use some water, but the one at the park's looking dynamic.
We actually added a few Bush hostas this year. We did a few little upgrades. They might be getting watered with beers and tears of our opponents, but we're looking to upgrade the Bush.
Yeah, the grass still isn't growing up on the hill, is it?
No, never will.
It never, ever will.
I mean, just on the topic of there being a lot of new people at the park, and it seems like there's a lot of new Leaf fans as well, just because how many people are showing up to the park. I'm not sure that every single new fan might know you guys and how you came to be. In fact, I'm kind of curious about how this dedicated group of Bushmen kind of came to be. Can you kind of give me the origin story of the Bushmen?
Let's go.
Yeah,
Garrett.
absolutely. You want me to chime in, Ray? Yeah. So, we're obviously all, Toronto sports fans and have been very familiar with the team for years. They used to be on Rogers 10. So, you catch yourself on a lazy Sunday, just watching a few games, and obviously had been at the park a few times. But it was probably around 2017. Ray messaged me, I want to say around sometime in August. And he's like, hey, man, like get down to Christie Pitts. I'm watching the Leafs. And Ray and I have been to many baseball games, and you have your fruitless efforts of heckling in the Sky Dome, and no one can hear what you're saying. So he was like, I'm chirping the players, and like they can hear you. I'm like, okay, yeah, I got to come check this out. So it would probably say late 2017. There was maybe 3 or 4 of us just catching the end of the season, and from there we just said, guys, let's just kind of get together. Like, what a better way to spend a Sunday than at the park watching some great baseball. But also the element of some good friendly PG banter in terms of heckling. And I'll let Ray continue, but there's one funny moment. It was in our early stages of 2018. So there's maybe only 5 of us, and we were playing the Kitchener Panthers. And we're just giving it to Mike Andrulis, who was at shortstop. I think he made an error. We're just giving it to him. And I go into the bush to, just take a quick leak, as we do. And I come back down and I see a Kitchener player coming up the hill. And there's only about 3 of us there. And we've been giving it to this guy all game. So I see Ray approaching and I'm like, this could go one of 2 ways. Namely, one way where this guy just suckers Ray in the head. But immediately as the guy comes up, he just sticks out his hand and just goes, keep doing what you guys are doing. And then he leaves. So that vindicated us in terms of, the whole league. Like, obviously we're doing it for fun, just to, get after some guys, but it purely validated kind of what we were doing and what we were bringing to the park. And I don't know, Ray, maybe you have some other stuff to add to it.
Yeah, it was a little bit of that, and just getting that recognition, it was that early 2017, 2018. Those first games, you're letting it out, and something just comes out of you, that organic heckle. They kind of just build on the fly, and right away, John Salazzo's dad noticed. I think I was giving it to Brett Lawson, who was on the Barrie Baycats at the time, veteran IBL pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure he's still in the league this year.
Yeah.
Oh,
and, he just walked over to me, Salazzo's dad, and just, again, stuck his hand out, and he said, was that you giving it to Brett Lawson? Keep it up. And that just gave me the fuel to the fire. And since then, it's just been growing, and people are catching on. There used to be nobody on the third base line. And I think, we're adding a fun element to the games, making it enjoyable for the players. They're giving it their all, and it's amazing baseball, as we all know. And, they're used to that kind of high-level banter, and we can see what happens in Christie Pitts when the boys are on fire and, being creative.
Yeah. Who was it? I think it was on Welland. I think it was Dane Tofflinson. So he was playing third base, and we were on him from the start of the game. And he had 5 errors, and we kept asking him how many E's in Tofflinson. Because there's a lot of E's in Tofflinson.
Oh, yeah.
The uniqueness of Christie Pitts is, it just amplifies any sort of noise to field level. So we've just really kind of honed in on that. And it doesn't matter what it is. It can be the shoelace. It can be a pant leg untucked. We'll find it and we'll zone in on it like a bunch of rabid hyenas.
Yeah, one of the ones I remember was one that you had on Braden Farrington. Do you know?
Mustard glove?
Mustard glove, eh?
I thought I was a pitcher, and I still have my glove. So that one really resonates with me. With the mustard glove. I couldn't believe that. I was thinking I got the exact same color glove that he's got as well.
It's hilarious.
Oh,
he reaches out to us like probably a few times throughout the year.
Yeah.
And each year over the last few years, he sent us a picture of his new custom-made mustard glove.
Yeah.
Pre-season, so we can start churning up some good shots for him.
Yeah. Before we let you guys go, a lot of the people watching this are probably tuning in pre-game, because this is where this is going to play before the game against the Kitchener Panthers. Just a quick thought on them. I know that this seems like a must-win game for the Leafs, just to get things turned around.
I think we're right there, right? Like we've been in all the games, battling right till the end. Kitchener, they need a win too, right? Like they've been kind of slumping to start the season.
Yeah.
But I think, night crowd, first night game of the season, the boys are gonna bring it. I'm looking for a strong offensive output from the fellas. I think we're right there, right? We ran into a couple outs last game. So I'm thinking, big win for the boys. Send the folks home happy. A nice and tidy 8-2, and a big victory on the Bush. Come up to the hill, folks. We'll probably be playing till midnight, so we'll be there till Thursday. So yeah, I'm thinking a nice win by the boys.
I think it's going to be a big party. If it was anything like yesterday in Christie Pitts, where there was about 1,000 young teenagers launching off Roman candles, the police had to shut down the entire park. We could have a repeat tomorrow night. We're going to go home happy. I like G's idea. I think it's going to be a nice, clean game. Boys are going to come out swinging. I'm thinking 7-5. It's going to get a little tight right down the stretch, but we're going to get the win.
I like it.
I'm kind of sitting right in between you guys. I'm thinking like a 6-3 victory because honestly, our pitching staff, by IBL standards in terms of like runs allowed per game, has actually been really good. Outside of that first game, we've been like 5 runs or under in each of the other 3 games. So I think the pitching staff keeps it up. The boys crank a couple more homers, like Neckies. If that was 1 foot farther, that was a 3-run shot.
Yeah.
So, I think I'm with the boys there. We're gonna have a nice, solid offensive output and a great pitching performance.
Yeah.
That's my goal.
Seems like the team just needs a bounce. Maybe the energy you guys bring on Wednesday night will do just that. Thanks so much for bringing it on, bringing the energy of the Bushmen to Leafs Weekly. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, welcome to Toronto Maple Leafs Baseball on YouTube. Thomas West here alongside Gus Cousins. Tonight, it's the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Kitchener Panthers. And if there was ever a game for both of these two teams where they want to get their first win out of the way, it's got to be now. Both teams look at each other. They think they're struggling just a little bit. This is a big one for both these guys, just to get in the win column, Gus.
Absolutely it is. We've talked a lot about, Toronto's offensive struggles in the past. You look at Kitchener tonight, their opponent, who they play for the first time this season. They've lost a ton of big bats in the offseason, and they are struggling mightily too, both hitting and on the mound. They have a ton of rookies who they've brought in from the University of Waterloo, amongst other places, and they haven't found their groove yet either. They finished second last year in the IBL, just behind Welland in the regular season. They had a decent playoff run, and they just haven't been able to push it over. So likewise with Toronto, once they find that offensive groove, we know that there's guys on both these teams that can hit. We've talked a lot about Castaldo. Raul Gonzalez on the Kitchener Panthers hasn't gotten it going yet. And one of these teams hopefully will burst out big tonight.
We'll pause for just a moment for the Canadian National Anthem. So the Kitchener Panthers will be opposed by Sam Green, who's making his first start at home for the Toronto Maple Leafs this season. This is a guy who's a crafty pitcher, spends his time when he's not pitching working for the Toronto Blue Jays. He just can't get away from baseball, working an analytics role there, and you can tell that that's translated into some of his pitching on the mound. He was strong for the Maple Leafs this season. I talked to Sam Green in the offseason, though. He said this year he wants to really contribute and be one of the top pitchers on the Maple Leafs. I feel like he's setting himself up in a pretty good position to do just that.
Absolutely. He's one of the smartest guys in the IBL right now. You know, we've talked about what he does off the field. On the field, he's jumped between a starting role last season with the Leafs and a bullpen role. We saw that a lot in the playoffs, where he succeeded quite admirably when he was pushed to the bullpen there, with the resurgence of, Will Ennis Alvarado taking over. And, he jumps back and forth. He's done it a fair bit, and he does it fairly well. And on the mound, one thing that he's talked about as well is, starting to go deeper and be one of the leaders on this team. It's his second game today. His first outing was great, didn't allow a run. We talk about his first start this season here at home. I mean, my goodness, he hasn't started a home game since last July. So it's been a long time coming for him to get back in this Dominico Field mound and see what he can do. But yeah, he's going to be a big part this year. If the Leafs want to go far, he's going to have to be one of the major contributors on the mound.
Yeah, I can think of a heroic outing against the Welland Jackfish in one of the final games of the season for the Toronto Maple Leafs when they won Game 1. Came out of the bullpen, pitched the 11th and 12th inning, and what a job he did in that performance. Had an excellent first start to the season as well. Went 3 innings, gave up just 1 hit, walked a couple, and struck out 5. Excellent in that department this season. And this, on the other side of things, this is one of the best pitchers for the Kitchener Panthers, a guy who has exceeded in the Cuban National Series like his fellow teammate Raul Gonzalez, both of them stars playing over there in Cuba. This is Yadier Martinez, and he is a tough pitcher, although I think the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to be very happy to not be facing a lefty here today. Oh,
they're going to be thrilled. It feels like, honestly, the first time this season they haven't faced a super crafty lefty on the mound. And, forget his stats. He had a great first outing with the Kitchener Panthers. He was one of their bright spots through the first 3 games. Through 7 innings, looked quite good on the mound. But if you're the Leafs, it has to be a sense of relief just to look out on the mound and see somebody throwing from the right side for the first time in forever. They have so many lefty bats that they want to get going that seeing something different, he has really good stats, but seeing something different is going to be a big boost for a lot of these hitters who haven't seen a lot of that, especially not starting at the beginning of the season.
Yadier Martinez, last pitch of the Kitchener Panthers' first game of the season where they lost 5-1. That was against the Hamilton Cardinals, went 7 innings, gave up 3 runs, but just 2 of them were earned on 6 hits, just 1 walk. You have to imagine that the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to see a lot of strikes here today, and those lefty bats will love to face a righty for the first time, as it feels like the first 2 games for the Toronto Maple Leafs, some of the offensive woes have been predicated on the pitching that they faced. They faced 2 MVP caliber lefties and a guy in Victor Payano who looked really, really good, and then of course they had to face Arias right after that in the game against the London Majors, and then Frank Garces, both tough tests for the Maple Leafs.
Absolutely, and we've talked about how Martinez is going to be a big strike thrower, and I believe that for a team like this that wants to swing, that wants to put up big numbers, that wants to power the long ball. We saw Jonathan Salazzo hit his first just last game. That having a strike thrower on the mound is going to be one of the most beneficial things that any team can do for them. These guys want to swing. The more they swing, the more comfortable they'll be, and then they'll start putting up those numbers that they put up last year. Now, you look at a guy like Jordan Castaldo who walks regardless, so maybe he's an exception that proves that rule, where it doesn't matter if you throw strikes, you throw balls, he'll get on base anyways. But for the rest of these guys, we talked about the Payanos and guys like that, especially from the left side, and the Garces. You want a strike thrower. If you are someone who is struggling to hit, you don't want to be looking for walks. You want to get up there in the box and you want to swing, and you want to keep swinging until you find your groove. And hopefully tonight against a righty, albeit a good righty, they can do that.
Yeah, Jordan Castaldo had a career-high 43 walks last season, which he didn't think he was ever going to get over that 40 mark again. That's been something he's done really well. And he's in the 2-hole today for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Jose Vinicio is going to lead things off, followed by Jordan Castaldo. Justin Mara is hitting third with John Salazzo hitting cleanup. So 3 or maybe 4 consecutive lefties, depending on what day Jose Vinicio hits. He sometimes hits switch hit, but I think he feels more comfortable from the left side. Ryan Dos Santos, also a lefty. see Anthony Buonaiuta, Greg Carrington, Charlie Towers, and Justice McGee is in the game on the DH spot with Sam Green on the mound for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And when we flip over to the other side of the things for the Kitchener Panthers, it's Jet Jarvis, the guy that you don't want to get on base. He's got fantastic speed, and then a familiar face for the Toronto Maple Leafs. This is the guy that played on the team last year, caught and played the outfield. He's going to be playing the outfield today. That's Ryan Burnside for the Kitchener Panthers. Raul Gonzalez, who's off to a slow start with the bat, albeit through 2 games, hitting under 100. He's a guy who has a chance to win MVP, though, in the Inter-County Baseball League. Nick Parsons, who is the new signing from the Welland Jackfish, is playing in batting third. Junior Ibarra, Stephen Whalen, Jordan Carthy, who's a two-way player, and then Nolan Misa, Spencer Ross with Yadian Martinez on the mound. But this Kitchener Panthers lineup is going to want to get some offense going after they gave up 27 runs their last time out playing against the Guelph Royals.
Yeah, and you never want to be in a position where you're, getting pumped like that. But the best thing that you can do in scenarios like that is play another game right away. You want to get it all out of your system and just give it a wash. You say, okay, that game sucked, but we want to move on from that quickly. The quicker you can do that, the better that you're going to be. And for a team like that, where, they're still struggling to find their way on the mound, again, they're a rookie-heavy team this year. They lost 4 to 5 really, really important pieces, both with the bat and on the mound last season. It's never easy to replace those guys. We saw it with the Leafs in previous years. It's not something that you can easily do, especially in an independent baseball league like this. So when Raul Gonzalez gets going, and I say when because we all know sooner or later he's going to start hitting, that will be a significant tone center in how far the Kitchener Panthers will go this year. He's been a terrific hitter ever since he joined the league. He'll have to do it now once more to, build the Panthers back up to where they were at last year.
Toronto Maple Leafs Baseball on YouTube is brought to you by MNP, National in Scope, Local in Focus. MNP is one of Canada's leading professional services firms, proudly serving individuals, businesses, and organizations since 1958. Sam Green set to face Jet Jarvis to lead things off here on a Wednesday night at Dominico Field. Here's the first pitch. And it's hit on the ground. That one's scooped up by Charlie Towers, who gets a tough hop, but he whips it on to first. That's what Charlie Towers is on this Maple Leafs team for, the defense and the versatility. And he does a good job on that play, taking a tough hop at shortstop. And then you might have seen that ball just go into the outfield. Towers was trying to throw it to Jose Vinicio. It wasn't a bad throw, but the sun was right in Jose Vinicio's eyes, and he had to duck out of the way. So a bit of confusion on the infield, and they'll get the ball back to Sam Green.
Yeah, and the sun's going to play a factor for the first hour or so of this game, whether you're in left field, third base, hard line drives, high pop-ups. We're going to see how it affects these guys, especially the higher the ball, the harder it'll be to see.
Don't throw it around the horn with runners on base.
Don't do that.
So this is Ryan Burnside facing his former teammate in Sam Green. In fact, not only his former teammate, but also his battery mate, as he caught some games for the Maple Leafs last season.
And Burnside's one of those guys where we saw with the Leafs, he'll catch a bit, he'll play some outfield. He was at first base a little bit. Heck, he was on the mound for them a little bit.
Yeah.
He's one of those utility players that can also take the mound, and that's a very valuable skill to have on any team in the IBL.
Pitch to Burnside is in the dirt. You might have heard Jeff Lonsbury reminiscing about one of the big starts that Ryan Burnside had for the Toronto Maple Leafs against the London Majors. We got through 6 innings and allowed just 1 earned run early in the season. That really helped the Maple Leafs, who also got off to a slow start last season, get on the right foot. Burnside hits this one in the air. It's a mile high and camped under it in center field. That's Greg Carrington. He makes the catch one away. The outfield for the Toronto Maple Leafs is Anthony Buonaiuta on left. Greg Carrington is in center. Ryan Dos Santos in right. And then on the inside, it's Salazzo at third. Jose Vinicio at short. Charlie Towers at second base. And then Jordan Castaldo at first, with Justin Mara doing the catching for Sam Green here today. Just 5 pitches needed for Sam Green to get the first 2 outs and deliver strike 1 to Raul Gonzalez, who's the most dangerous hitter in the Kitchener Panther lineup.
And when Green's at his best, he's throwing strikes. We talked about how big of a strike thrower Martinez is. Green is right there with him. The more strikes he throws, the better he will be. Soft contact early in the count's important for him.
Gonzalez takes low, it's 1-1. Had a great season last year for Kitchener, hit .378 over 40 games and 164 at-bats. Here's the 1-1. That one's just low.
Yeah, in a lineup of incredibly professional hitters last year, many of which departing the team, Raul Gonzalez is one of the most professional hitters in the IBL, in my opinion. He puts up good at-bats, no matter the outcome, 100% of the time.
2-1, up high. Raul Gonzalez has played for 19 seasons in the Cuban National Series, playing with the Tigers out there, and he has just been a stud, playing all over the infield in Cuba, and bringing his talents to the Intercounty Baseball League last season, where he was a stud in the lineup for Kitchener. Takes low and in the dirt. Sam Green missed with one of his secondary pitches there, so Raul Gonzalez will head down to first base.
Yeah, and what you saw a lot in that at-bat was Green using his secondary pitches, his off-speed pitches, to try and get Raul Gonzalez to chase, which is something that other teams in these first few games for Kitchener have done quite effectively against Gonzalez. There is swing and miss in his bat. When he's at his best, he's never chasing those pitches. And when he's at his worst, which is the first couple games this year, he's swinging through those. He's not picking them up out of the pitcher's hand. They're diving low and in the dirt, and he's swinging right through them. So that at-bat right there exemplifies how good he can be. Sam Green's a great pitcher. You lay off those curveballs, you will get on base a lot of the time.
Nick Parsons is at the plate. Takes a first pitch low. Just another note on Raul Gonzalez. Not only has he played for 19 seasons in the Cuban National Series, he's also a guy who's got a batting average over 300 over 19 years, which I think is enough sample size to say he's a good hitter. In this season, the most recent one of the Cuban National Series, as Parsons gets hit with that pitch, now there's 2 on. He hit .318, one of his best seasons. So he is still going in the Cuban National Series, and yeah, he's a veteran in that league, 36 years old, and he's on second base playing shortstop today for Kitchener.
And what Kitchener wants to do here, as we mentioned their big blowout losses, if they can strike early against Sam Green and the Leafs here tonight, you set a tone. You say, we've forgotten about last game. We're starting this game afresh. And if you can put up a big number here, a crooked number here in the first inning, that'll do wonders for all these guys on their team, whether they're hitting or not. The pitchers, too, give them a boost of morale and just remind everybody, hey, this is the team that we can be. So it's early in the game, but it's a very big spot for the Kitchener Panthers with another veteran hitter, and Ibarra, up at the plate.
Green's pitch is hit in the air. This one's in play. Jose Vinicio says he got it, and he does. He makes the catch. Sam Green needs 5 pitches to get the first 2 outs, and then the Kitchener Panthers eat up a couple of those pitches by getting a couple batters on via the walk. Still 0-0 here at Dominico Field with the Toronto Maple Leafs coming up. Well, welcome back to Dominico Field. Jose Vinicio is going to lead things off for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He's facing Yadian Martinez on the mound for Kitchener. Martinez had an excellent outing, giving up just 2 earned runs against Hamilton over 7 innings in his first start. Unlike the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Kitchener Panthers have not been afraid to let their starting pitchers go deep to start off the season, so don't be surprised if Yadier Martinez is allowed to get up over the 100-pitch mark today, but that all depends, I guess, on how the Toronto Maple Leafs bats fare against him. First 2 pitches are balls to Jose Vinicio, so the count's 2-0. And here comes the third. And this one's drilled high and deep in the air to right field, and it's gone! Jose Vinicio, a solo home run to lead off the game, and the Maple Leafs lead 1-0.
And that's a heck of a way to start your day off for Jose Vinicio. He crushed that ball. That's the type of swing we expect to see out of Jonathan Salazzo. Jose Vinicio giving it a ride.
Yeah, that wall is much higher out there in right field for the Toronto Maple Leafs, but Jose Vinicio had no problem getting it over. That's one of the longer home runs we've ever seen from Jose Vinicio. I talked to him before the season about the wall, and he said, yeah, I don't think there's any chance I'll be trying to hit it over that wall. Well, he just got a fastball he could handle, and he drilled it. So 3 pitches, 1 run for the Maple Leafs, and here's Jordan Castaldo.
And we were talking about what can strike throwers do for you if you're the Leafs. And that right there is evidence that these guys want to swing. The more they swing, the better they'll get. And if Jose Vinicio, he was sitting middle on it, that 2-0 pitch. He knew a fastball was coming and just ripped it.
Jose Vinicio is not a home run hitter. His thing is bat-to-ball skills, but hitting the ball the other way, just getting on base any way he can. That's his 9th career home run in 3 seasons in the Intercounty Baseball League. 2-1 to Castaldo in the dirt. Yadier Martinez looked like he might have slipped off the mound a bit as he delivered that pitch.
And we mentioned it in the top half when Ibarra came up for the Panthers with 2 men on and 2 out, how important of an out that was for Sam Green to get that 1-pitch pop-up. Well, you flip it around now, and the first batter of the game for the Leafs comes up, and you already are up. Major momentum shifts early in this one.
Castaldo hits it right back to the mound, goes off the glove of Yadier Martinez, but not too far. He's able to whip it onto first for out number 1. The defense for the Kitchener Panthers is Jordan Carthy playing left field. He was the DH last game. Jet Jarvis is in center field, and Ryan Burnside is playing right. Nick Parsons, who's a 2-way player for the Kitchener Panthers, is going to slide in at third base. Raul Gonzalez, the constant, at shortstop. Spencer Ross at second. Nolan Misa at Richmond Hill, Ontario, is playing first. And then Junior Ibarra is going to do the catching for Martinez today. Now, they're lefty for the Maple Leafs. It's Justin Mara who comes to the plate. Now, Mara is a home run hitter, and he has plenty of power to get it over that wall in right field. Takes outside, counts 1-1. Justin Mara off to a bit of a slow start as well, just 2 for 12 in his first 4 games. Takes in the dirt. Still looking for his first homer or RBI is Mara, but still very early in the season. So it's outside 3-1.
And regardless of what he's doing with the bat, and it's early too, he's a professional catcher. He will give you his all behind the plate. We've seen some terrific plays from him last year, early on this year, blocks, dives. He's a heck of a ball player to have back there, whether he's hitting or not.
Upstairs, ball 4. Justin Mara heads down to first base with 1 out. You know, Junior Ibarra last season, obviously, when you're occupying one of the import spots, you have to play well, because there's only 4 of them, and there's people waiting in the wings a lot of the time, for especially the top teams. And Junior Ibarra got off to a very slow start last season in the Intercounty Baseball League. And then he really started to pull things together, ended up hitting .270, and was excellent in the playoffs for Kitchener. Had 26 at-bats, hit .308, and he's looking to carry some of that momentum that he finished off last season into this one for Kitchener. But Kitchener has not got a lot of anything right now out of their pitching or out of their bats.
No, they've only had 2 starts. I mean, they've only played 3 games, but 2 of their starters they've had to push, like you said. Martinez threw 7 innings, Jose Vasquez threw 6. Carson Hepburn couldn't get past the 3rd.
Yeah, they've got a team ERA of 11.77 right now and a team batting average of 204. But they're just 2 games into the season as well.
Absolutely. You take it with a grain of salt, and a massive one at that.
John Salazzo homered last game for the Toronto Maple Leafs, his first of the season. He's got a 1-1 count here, and he swings and misses. I don't know what that pitch was, but it looked like it had some arm side run there from Yadier Martinez. So Salazzo's behind in the count 1-2.
And Martinez will get his fair share of strikeouts. You know, we saw it in his first outing, striking out 7, looking at his stats last season with the Panthers. He'll get some good swing and misses with his stuff.
Salazzo taps one on the ground towards first base, but fortunately for him, it trickles into foul territory. Now looking at the reaction actually of John Salazzo, I think that might have hit off his foot. Still behind in the count 1-2. Now he's having a laugh with Junior Ibarra behind the plate. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And John Salazzo is going to hobble back to the dugout after fouling that ball off his foot, and he's in a bit of distress.
And up comes the 5th of 7 straight lefties the Leafs have in their lineup. Do you sense the theme, Thomas? I do. They finally face a righty and then go all in.
Yeah.
With their lefty bats.
So this is Ryan Dos Santos at the plate. He's off to an excellent start this season with the Maple Leafs. Hitting .357 in his first 14 at-bats. He's driven in a couple runs. Both of those came in the first game against the London Majors. Ryan Dos Santos has really stuck to the true outcomes of baseball. He's either walked, struck out, or got a hit. That's pretty much it. Here's the 0-1. There's a swing and a miss. That's a rare breaking ball swing and a miss that you're going to see from Ryan Dos Santos. He started off the season doing a lot of fastball hunting.
He knows what he wants to see.
Until that batting average dips below 300, he'll probably just keep doing that.
Stick with what your plan is if it's working. There's no reason to change now.
It's got to protect now, though. It's 0-2. And he takes outside, delayed steal by Justin Mara, and he's done it for the 2nd time this season. Justin Mara has 2 stolen bases on this season. Both of them are via delayed steal. He did it the last time in Barrie.
And it's early on this year, but that's a theme that's developing quite quickly for the Maple Leafs. They've stolen a lot in the past, you know, with Carrington and Lewis and Vinicio. But off the top of my head, that's the 4th steal this season that has been a delayed steal against a team.
Here's the 1-2. Dos Santos takes over the outside corner, strike 3 called. Yadier Martinez gets 2 strikeouts in the inning, allows just the walk to Justin Mara, who advances to second base, but gets through it. It's still 0-0 between the Toronto Maple Leafs and Kitchener Panthers. We'll be right back. So it's actually not nothing between the Toronto Maple Leafs and Kitchener Panthers. That was Jose Vinicio. Who hit the home run in the first inning. So that gives the Toronto Maple Leafs a 1-0 lead. And that's what Sam Green has to work with here on the top of the second inning. He's facing Stephen Whalen, who slashes one foul to the left.
And Stephen Whalen arguably has the slowest start of them all for the Kitchener Panthers. 0 for 10, 6 strikeouts in 3 games. A tough start to a good hitter.
Whalen takes a strike at the knees. Count is 0-2. Came from the University of Waterloo, did Stephen Whalen. Played shortstop and third base with them. He's also a local as well from Waterloo, Ontario. And he checks his swing. No, he doesn't. Third base umpire says strike 3 called. And that's a strikeout for Sam Green.
And when it's going tough for you, it is really going tough at times. And Stephen Whalen's going to work his way out of it. He's a good hitter. We've seen him hit a lot in the past. But this year, it's his 7th strikeout right there, and he'll snap out of it soon. I've seen him hit. He's a quality at bat in your lineup, but right now it's just tough sledding for him.
So that's the first strikeout of the evening for Sam Green. And now he faces the third baseman, Jordan Carthy. Here's the 1-0. Carthy hits one in the air. This one's to left. Not deep. It's going to hang in the air, and the catch is made out there in left field. That's Anthony Buoniuto. 2 away. This is Nolan Misa at the plate for Kitchener. Takes a first pitch ball from Sam Green, who once again has got 2 outs very quickly to start off this top of the second inning. There's the 1-0. Misa slashes it foul off to the left. Nolan Misa is currently playing with the Waterloo Warriors in the OUA, as is many of his teammates, but he's also familiar with the Toronto area, played in the Toronto Mets organization growing up. And Nolan Misa has had some success in the OUA as well as he takes high. He was the OUA Athlete of the Week back in October. And that's not just for baseball, that's for all the different sports in all of the OUA that are happening at the time that the baseball season's going on. Here's the 1-2. And he just buckled a little bit, but the pitch missed low, so now 3-1.
And Nolan Misa is one of the many youngsters on this Kitchener squad that they're trying to fill big shoes in all the players they've lost. And they're not going to be able to do it when you lose the terrific guys that they had last year.
3-1 is hit on the ground, scooped up by Jose Vinicio. He flips it on to Jordan Castaldo waiting at first base. And that'll do it. 1-2-3 go to the Kitchener Panthers in the top of the second inning. Great inning of work for Sam Green and the bats of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Coming up, they lead 1-0.
Anthony Buoniuto is going to lead things off for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Buoniuto is getting his first at-bats here at Dominico Field, and he's a guy who's had an interesting baseball journey, playing some international baseball for Team Great Britain, both of his parents born there. Buoniuto, unfortunately, got injured at the beginning of last season, couldn't play for the Toronto Maple Leafs, but happy to be back in the lineup once again for them. Ahead in the count, 1-0. And he swings and misses. The count's now 1-1. Anthony Buoniuto, he's going to strike out a little bit, but he brings tremendous power to this Toronto Maple Leafs lineup. That's what they like about him. And he hammers this one right on the ground. That one scooped up high, throw to first is in time. That's the first bit of action for Spencer Ross at shortstop.
Center fielder number 16, Greg Harrington.
And Buoniuto's a good piece to have in your lineup. He was going to play with the Leafs last year. Unfortunately, he couldn't, as you said. But with the amount of power he supplies, especially from the left side of the box, for a team like this, it's very important to have someone like that.
Greg Carrington bunts it up the third baseline. That is a fair ball. Boy, there was enough time for Nick Parsons to charge in and throw that ball to first base, and instead he decided to let it go and then fielded it in fair territory.
That was a terrific bunt by Greg Carrington, and we talked about him as one of the fastest guys on this squad. Just a perfectly placed bunt, and I got to correct myself here. I said 7 straight lefties in the lineup for the Leafs. Towers is also a lefty. We got 8. The first 8 guys in this lineup are left-handed.
And the Maple Leafs are happy that it worked out this way, but it's also kind of because of necessity as well, not necessarily playing the matchup. The Maple Leafs are a little bit shorthanded, as many teams are on Wednesday night games. No Marcus Connect in the lineup today, who's a righty for the Maple Leafs.
No Dan Mara, no Connor Lewis. Yeah, they're missing a few guys, but even with them, they're a predominantly left-handed hitting team.
Yeah. Justice McGee is on deck, the only righty in the lineup, as Towers takes outside. You know, I talked to Charlie Towers before last game, and he said, you know, it's been a bit difficult jumping around and playing all these different positions. He said the last time he played left field was the last position he played was when he was 11 years old, which is, he's in his 20s now, so that's quite a ways away. But he said, you know, he'll do whatever he can to help out this team, and he's happy to be in the lineup wherever he'll play. Today he's at second base, which is a familiar position for him. There's a check swing by Towers in the dirt, a check down to the umpire at third, and there's a pole exactly in the way of the third base umpire, so I actually can't see it right now.
He swung.
So that's a strikeout for Charlie Towers, 2 away. And this is Justice McGee, who's looking for his first hit of the season. Greg Carrington over there at first base. McGee takes the first pitch strike, a breaking ball from Martinez.
And McGee's a handful of the catcher, one of a handful of catchers the Maple Leafs have rostered this season, knowing full well that there's going to be playing time to be spread around.
You may notice that Justice McGee has shaved off his beard. That has nothing to do with the 0-for-7 start. He's not a superstitious guy like that. It was an executive decision made by his barber to lose the mustache.
I did not know that.
So I liked the mustache, because that one's inside for a ball. Martinez leaning back in disapproval of the call.
Well, if he gets a base hit here for his first of the season, he'll be giving his barber a pretty good tip.
Yeah, I think the barber made the right call.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-1. There's a swing and a miss, 2-2. Maybe I wasn't supposed to omit that information, but he could really bail me out if he just got a base hit right here. Justice McGee is the DH today, but he'll get some innings at catcher for the Maple Leafs as well. Swings and misses at a nasty breaking ball. Strike 3. Yadier Martinez gets a strikeout to get out of the inning. And it's the Maple Leafs who lead 1-0 over the Kitchener Panthers. You're watching Toronto Maple Leafs on YouTube at Dominico Field. Well, back here at Dominico Field, if you're wondering what was just going on, we had a short delay. We had a streaker running on the field, but Brandon Sekulovic came charging in from the bullpen and tackled him. So we've got things underway once again here at Dominico Field. Definitely say that's the first time I've seen that.
I have never seen that in my life, but that was one heck of a tackle from Mr. Sekulovic coming out of the bullpen.
One of the new improvements at Dominico Field is increased security, and they were on the field right away, so good job by them as well. But Sekulovic was the guy leading the charge getting the tackle down, so the Maple Leafs will need to reset here, and Sam Green delivers strike one.
Nothing can get in the way of Sam Green throwing strikes.
It's a second baseman, Spencer Ross, who's going to lead things off. The count's now 1-1. Spencer Ross has played in 2 games, but just has 1 at bat for Kitchener. Two plate appearances, one of them's a walk.
Another youngster in this rookie-heavy Kitchener lineup. Someone who I was very excited to see, who I have played against before, but he's not in the lineup today, is Voighton on the Kitchener Panthers squad, a rookie coming out of the Waterloo Warriors organization. Spencer Voisin, an outfielder. Terrific potential. I've seen him play a ton.
Yeah, Spencer Voisin played for the Brooks Bombers in the WCBL Collegiate Summer League as well a couple seasons ago. Not in the lineup here today. Sam Green's in a battle with Spencer Ross. Counts now 3-2. He's fouled off a couple pitches.
You know, tonight's Toronto's first party at the park night on a Wednesday night game here, and I can say with absolute certainty it has been entertaining thus far, from a leadoff homer to Sam Green working out of the jam in the first inning, random sounds coming out of the booth,
yeah, they
and
sell
a man on the field.
yeah, they sell beer here now. So, full count. Fouled off again.
And it's just the third inning, folks. We are so lucky to be able to do this.
Yeah,
for every home game.
This is not the inaugural season, though, of Drinking on the Hill. That's been a thing for a long time at Dominico Field, but they've got the Maple Leafs lager now that Left Field Brewery is doing.
Delicious.
Have you tried it?
I have tried it. Big thumbs up.
This one's hit in the air and not deep on the infield. Charlie Towers backs up a couple steps and makes the catch. One away. Credit to Spencer Ross, though. That was a heck of a battle with Sam Green. So Jet Jarvis back to the leadoff spot for the Kitchener Panthers, leading things off here in the top of the third inning.
And if they can get Jet Jarvis really rolling, he's had a pretty good start to the year so far in a lineup that's been predominantly struggling. But Jet Jarvis is someone who can very much lead this Panthers squad, both in getting on base, but also as someone who's played multiple years in the IBL. He's been there. He's been part of Panthers' long playoff runs. He's a guy who's been around the block for a team that's very, very new, full of new players. And also, he's just one heck of an outfielder. We've seen it time after time.
1-0. A bunt down the third baseline. That's going to roll fair, and John Salazzo will scoop it up just to make sure it stays fair. When Jet Jarvis is not playing in the Intercounty Baseball League, he's playing at McGill University. And he had a fantastic season in the most recent edition of the OUA season. 22 games, 78 at-bats, a .321 batting average, hit a couple home runs and 16 RBIs, and had an OPS up around 900. I almost wonder if he's crossed paths with Julian Tomachko, who also came from McGill University on the side of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Jarvis fouls it off, and now he's behind in the count 1-2.
Yeah, Tomachko coming out of McMaster, if I remember correctly off the top of my head.
Oh, is it McMaster? Yeah, I think you're right.
But I'm sure they faced each other. A lot of these guys have faced each other many times or played with each other. I mean, that's the benefit of having all these guys come out of the OUA.
This one's lined towards left field. Buonaiuto going over. He can't make the catch. It falls just in fair territory. He picks it up in the corner and throws it into the cutoff man, Jose Vinicio. Jet Jarvis is into second base with a 1-out double.
And a good piece of hitting there from Jet Jarvis. It sliced away from Buonaiuto out in left field. But it proves how important it is to get the first out of the inning. Get the outs that you know you can get. Sam Green got the 9-hitter out there to begin this inning, and then up comes Jet Jarvis. Just getting that 1 out, not allowing the bottom of the lineup to get on base. When the Leafs are at their best, they're getting their 79 guys on base. And when Kitchener's at their best, they do that too.
Throw to second base is Wild on the pickoff. That's going to allow Jarvis to advance an extra 90 feet, which makes a big difference here because now there's 1 out with a runner on third base. And the Kitchener Panthers do not need to get a hit to drive in that run at third.
And my point has just become null and void.
So Sam Green is going to have to try and work out of this. He's facing his former teammate in Ryan Burnside with 1 away. Infield is slightly in for the Maple Leafs. Burnside fouls it straight back. He had a good cut at the first pitch.
And I can almost guarantee that in a situation like this, top of the lineup, the Panthers are already down by 1 and it's early, but with Jarvis's speed, contact play. I can almost guarantee you that a contact play, anything past the mound, he's going.
Jet Jarvis has excellent speed at third base as well. Here's the 0-1 to Burnside, and he swings and fouls it back again. This time, Sam Green might have changed things up on him. Green was excellent in his last outing, went 3 innings, gave up just 1 hit and struck out 5 without giving up a run. That was a game against the Barrie Baycats. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough for the Maple Leafs because they got shut down by Juan Benitez and Frank Garces. Garces had 10 strikeouts in relief of Benitez. Green delivers outside, it hops off the glove of Justin Mara, but not far enough to advance the runner Jarvis at third base.
Yeah, and the right idea right there from Sam Green. I've said this before, I'll say it again. There's no better pitch in baseball with 2 strikes than a high fastball. Sam Green knows that. He's a smart guy. Slipped out of his hand a little bit. Went up and outside, but I wouldn't be shocked to see him do it again right here.
Inside corner, strike 3 called. Huge strikeout for Sam Green, and now there's 2 away. Well, this is historically the best RBI guy in the lineup for the Kitchener Panthers. He's going to need a base hit now to score that run from third base. Raul Gonzalez had 54 RBIs in the regular season last year. Here's a ground ball to shortstop. Jose Vinicio scoops it up, throws to first, and plenty of time to get Gonzalez. And Sam Green works out of trouble. He keeps the lead at 1-0 for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and we'll be right back at Dominico Field. Jose Vinicio became the second Toronto Maple Leaf to hit a home run this season. He did that on the 3rd pitch of the ball game for Yadier Martinez back in the 1st inning. And we have a brief delay here as something came on the field from the outfield. And very graciously, the center fielder for the Kitchener Panthers goes to get it. That's Jet Jarvis out there in center.
And I'm not sure if you had asked Jose Vinicio before the season started, who do you think will hit the second home run of the year? I'm not sure many people, including him, would have said himself.
Yeah.
Especially with that new fence. I'm sure everybody could have guessed Jonathan Salasso.
Yeah. Vinicio takes in the dirt. Now the count's 1-2.
No, he was with him in Edmonton. The big guy, 6'6" guy. The other guy, the big McCoy Pierce. I think he's playing in Japan.
1-2.
Somewhere. He doesn't want to get a job.
Swinging a foul ball back towards the broadcast booth. Lands about 40 feet up the hill. Count remains 1-2.
One of these days, I'm going to catch one of those. Mark my words.
I hope you never get the opportunity.
Well, you're just no fun.
I own the equipment.
I don't care about your facts. I want a baseball.
Here's the 2-2. Outside corner, strike 3 called. Another strikeout for Yadier Martinez as he rings up Jose Vinicio looking.
And that's the same spot that Stephen Whalen struck out on, and he was questioning that.
He was a starter, and well, and they moved him to the pen.
If you just heard a loud bang, that was a Roman candlestick fireworks that just went off in the outfield.
I'm looking at smoke coming out of some trees down there.
Yeah.
Folks, this is not a normal broadcast.
No, you know, it's funny. So if you watched the most recent episode of Leafs Weekly, we had the Bushmen on, and they predicted that there was going to be fireworks today, and it only took until the third inning to get our first look at the fireworks. But you can't even see anything because it's still light out. Jordan Castaldo at the plate, ahead in the count, or behind in the count, 0-1. Justin Mara is on deck. Castaldo fouls it off, 0-2.
And outside of that first at-bat home run for Jose Vinicio, in which he just sat on a fastball middle and took it a mile, Martinez has pitched very, very well outside of that. This is the Martinez we're used to seeing.
Jordan Castaldo fouls another one off.
He's thrown strikes, he's gotten quick outs, he's looked good doing it. One bad pitch, but aside from that, you mentioned earlier how we believe the Panthers are going to ride him this game. Get as many innings and outs as we can out of him. He's well on his way to doing that.
Pitch just misses outside. Now the count's 1-2. Just want to make a correction as well. Nick Parsons is the third baseman for the Kitchener Panthers. Dakota Parsons is the new signing from Welland. That's the pitcher. He's the guy that throws the ball up into the 90 miles an hour range. Nick Parsons, though, has played for the Kitchener Panthers, and I don't believe is a two-way player. So apologies on that. Nick Parsons played for the Brooks Bombers and the WCBL Collegiate Summer League. And he also played some time in the NAIA with the St. Francis Cougars, where he was fantastic. Led his team with a .390 batting average in the Crossroads League. 10 homers, 46 RBIs. Strike 3 called. This one over the inside corner to Jordan Castaldo, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, good piece of pitching right there from Martinez. Picking the inside corner a couple times. A couple tough swings there from Castaldo, and then letting one rip and finding that inside corner for strike 3.
So 2 away now. No one on base. Justin Mara at the plate. This seems like a pretty good time to let one loose if you're Justin Mara. Nobody on? See if you can test the limits of what they're calling the cage monster out there in right field.
Absolutely.
Ahead in the count 1-0. Outside 2-0. Now he's got a hitter's count.
And he's found himself in the same spot that Benicio found himself in. Pick a spot and go after it. If it's not there, still a hitter's count, but pick a spot and roll with it.
And he takes a strike. I think Yadian Martinez and Justin Mara might have a little joke going on right now, because Justin Mara had a huge smile on his face. So did Yadian Martinez. And now he takes a strike over the outside corner that counts 2-2. Smile's gone, though. He didn't like that call.
Yeah, we've seen a number of strike calls that the batters of both teams are not a fan of.
Mara pops this one up. That's going to hook into foul territory behind home plate by just a couple of feet. Clangs off one of the bleachers here at Dominico Field. Count still 2-2 on Justin Mara. Yadian Martinez trying to end the inning right here. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Mara, check swing, did he go? Yes, says the third base umpire. Justin Mara can't believe it. And Yadian Martinez has got another strikeout and gets out of the inning. 1-2-3 go the Toronto Maple Leafs, who lead 1-0 over the Kitchener Panthers. Well, back here at Dominico Field, Sam Green back on the mound for another inning of work, and he's been excellent so far today. Allowed just one hit, no runs, walked one, has a couple of strikeouts. On the other side of things, Yadian Martinez has 5 strikeouts. He's allowed the solo home run to Jose Vinicio, but not much else. Starting to really settle in on the mound. So out for his 4th inning of work is Sam Green, and he will face Nick Parsons, the third baseman, to start things off.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how long they let Green go. He went 3 innings last time, now it is 3-inning mark this time. Hasn't thrown a ton of pitches. With a thinned out bullpen once again for the Leafs, I'd like to see him work as long as possible. We've seen him do it before.
This one's hammered down the left field line, but foul by Parsons.
When he's at his strongest, Green is someone who can quite easily go 6-7 innings. He has that ability, he has that strength. He's been around, he's done it before, and he can do it again. Just depends how long they want to let him go for health reasons.
Parsons fouls another one off. This is Parsons' 6th at-bat of the IBL season. Came in to the game 1 for 4 on the season. Here's the 1-2 from Green. Strike 3 called. Sam Green gets his 3rd strikeout of the evening.
I don't know if I've seen a pitcher on the Leafs or in the IBL in general over the last couple seasons who's as deliberate with what he wants to do as Sam Green. We've talked about how smart he is, but even on the mound, you just get a sense from him that he reaches a certain count and that he just knows in his mind, he's like, I know exactly what I'm going to do here. I'm going to chuck a curveball on the outside corner, and he's so effective at doing it. And Mara is such a good battery mate for all these guys, but especially for someone like Sam Green when they're on the same page.
High in the air to center field by Junior Ibarra. And the catch is made by Greg Carrington as he comes in 4 or 5 steps. Yeah, Sam Green's got 3 pitches this season. It was a slurve last year. That was his breaking ball. This year it's just a slider, and then he's got a changeup. And I think he's experimenting with a bit of a cutter as well. So he's kind of mixing the changeup and the cutter and the slider, and like maybe a 2-seam fastball might have been in the mix from what I remember as well. So he's got a couple more tools to get people out this season. Now it's Stephen Whalen at the plate.
And we've seen a lot of those swings from the Kitchener Panthers, late on fastballs, choppy swings on his slurve. Not a comfortable at bat against Sam Green.
Stephen Whalen from Waterloo, Ontario. Hit .229 last season in the regular season with the Kitchener Panthers. The 1-1 lined up the middle. That's in for a base hit. And that's the first hit of the season for Stephen Whalen, who's at first base.
And that's got to be a good feeling. Like you said, his first hit just took it right back up the box. It's exactly what you want to do as a hitter. You get into a hitter's count, put a good swing on the ball, rip it right back up the middle. Your best swings are the ones that you hit line drives right through the box. You watch teams, you watch players, that's what they want to do. And the more they do that, the better you're going to be.
Special teams, special players. Jordan Carthy is off to an excellent start to the season. He's played in 3 games, had 8 at-bats, came in with 4 hits, so he's hitting .500 coming into this game. He recorded an out in his first at-bat, so that's dropped to .444 now. Here's the 1-0. On the outside corner, 1-1.
And you want to talk about special players. Well, the Panthers are hoping that for Jordan Carthy, he can be another one of the effective two-way players in this league. He's had pitching experience before. He'll pitch again this season. He's been off to a strong start, like you said, with the bat. Two-way players are so incredibly valuable in this league.
I remember calling a couple of Jordan Carthy's games when he was playing for the Waterloo Warriors in the OUA, and he was a stud in that Waterloo Warrior rotation. Here's the 1-2. On the ground to third, Salazzo is going to watch that one go foul.
We're used to seeing this Leafs infield get a lot of action, especially on the left side with Vinicio. We've seen make a lot of plays. Salazzo gets a lot of action. I don't think we've seen one ball hit to Jonathan Salazzo. Or for that matter, Jordan Castaldo down at first base. A lot of balls in the air, a couple strikeouts. Green's pitched effectively.
Ball in the dirt. Justin Mara's going to have a play at second base, and it gets into the outfield. If the throw was on target, they would have had Stephen Whalen at second base.
And Vinicio did a great job there of backing it up. If he didn't get over and get a tip on that ball with his glove, probably be a runner at third base right now for the Kitchener Panthers. We saw it earlier on a misplay at second when Green tried to pick a guy off, Jet Jarvis off, and it backfired.
Here's a ball hit pretty well. This one's to right field. Ryan Dos Santos camped under it, and he makes the catch to end the inning. That wind howling out from right field knocks that ball down, enough for Ryan Dos Santos to get under it. It's the Maple Leafs 1, the Kitchener Panthers nothing. And the bats for the Maple Leafs coming up. John Salazzo leading things off for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Yadi and Martinez back on the mound for his 4th inning of work. Salazzo swings and misses. We thought the wind was going to die down here at Dominico Field as it got into the night, but it is picking up and is howling straight in from center field now. Salazzo hits one on the ground to second base, flipped to first in time, one away. Spencer Ross has done a good job at second base dealing with a couple tough hops. That one went straight up at the last moment.
And something just to keep your eye on as we get into the later innings of this game, one of the veteran pitchers on the Kitchener Panthers, Brett Reed, who was hanging around the bullpen, sitting on the bench for the Kitchener Panthers for most of this game, has just gone down with 2 members of the Panthers squad out of the bullpens, just walking back to the clubhouse in center field. He's a guy who they're going to rely on a lot this year out of the pen, so we'll see what becomes of that, if anything.
Ryan Dos Santos behind in the count, 0-2. And he takes up and away. 1-2. Ryan Dos Santos is 0 for 1 today with a strikeout.
Yeah, I don't believe the Leafs have, outside of the Vinicio home run and the Greg Carrington bunt single, they haven't got much else going.
Yeah, 5 strikeouts for Yadi and Martinez on the mound. And this one's fouled off by Dos Santos. Ryan Dos Santos, believe it or not, has a career high of just 10 stolen bases. And that's because he's never played really a full season other than last year in the Intercounty Baseball League.
It's hard to believe with his speed. I mean, I have a feeling if he plays consistently and he's around the club a lot this season that he'll probably surpass that, just based on the pure athleticism that he possesses both on the bases and at the plate.
2-2 in the dirt. But Ryan Dos Santos has been working on his speed over the offseason, and he said he's as fast as he's really ever been right now. And he's going to be right up there with Vinicio in the stolen base department. He's going to have to leg this one out. Ryan to first base. The ball is bobbled at first by Nolan Misa, And the speed does pay off for Ryan Dos Santos. He's aboard with what'll maybe be an infield single, could be an error as well.
Yeah, it was a tough hop for Nolan Misa over there. It was a very high bouncer. That final bounce off of the grass, it hadn't yet hit the dirt where we've seen the ball usually dive, skid a little bit. And Nolan Misa, not the tallest first baseman in the world over there. We've seen a lot of tough hops go for the Leafs, go against the Leafs, and that's one of them right there.
And there he goes. The throw is right on the money from Junior Ibarez. It had to be perfect, and it was, to get Ryan Dos Santos 2 away. So Anthony Buonaiuto is at the plate. 2 outs now in the inning, and Buonaiuto fouls that one off. 65 pitches now for Yadier Martinez. If he can get Buonaiuto out here, that's a pretty good pitch count. Ball fouled off again.
And we were just talking about Dos Santos' speed.
You got a good jump.
Got a great jump. It was an even better throw from Ibarra. Not much you can do about that. But I like it. I like how aggressive this team is becoming this year.
Two. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So make that 8 strikeouts on the evening for Yadier Martinez, who has got through 4 sparkling innings of work, but it's the Maple Leafs and Jose Vinicio with that solo home run who have the 1-0 lead. We'll be right back here from Dominico Field. Nolan Misa, the first baseman for the Kitchener Panthers, leads things off. Sam Green is into the 5th inning, and this is something we've seen now. Second start for Maple Leafs pitchers has yielded a lot more pitches and going a lot deeper into ball games. Talked to Jeff Lonsbury. He said it's a bit of a cautious approach to the season. They don't want any of their starting pitchers to get hurt, which means that you have to use a lot of bullpen guys. But the good thing about that for the Maple Leafs is it's almost like spring training, where you get to see all your guys, see what they're going to bring, and they've learned a lot about what they've got in their bullpen over these first 4 games, because they've had to use everyone so far.
Yeah, and you've learned a lot about your starters too, right? Like, the Leafs have had terrific starting pitching so far. This is just our 5th game, but they've all looked terrific. And as we speak, Max Leno begins to lightly toss in the Leafs bullpen. One of just a few relievers down there today, as we've talked about. The Leafs are a bit thin. So are the Kitchener Panthers. It's not an uncommon occurrence.
The 1-2 pitch is hitting the air, but the wind is pushing this one out of the play, and it will get into foul territory.
I have a feeling that the ideal situation in Rob Buckler's mind is Sam Green gets through this inning unscathed. You've built him up a little bit further. He went 3 innings. Now he'll ideally, hopefully, get through this 5th inning of work. You turn it over to Max Leno for a fresh new inning in the 6th. You want to get him back out there on the mound too as a rookie. His first time out did not go well. Did not go as planned. 4 walks.
Nolan Misa fouls one off, so the count remains 1-2.
And we saw it last year. You want to get guys outings. Like, sure, the wins and losses are important, and the later on in the season you get, if Sam Green's pitching like this, there's not even a thought that crosses anybody's mind to take him out. But you want to get Sam Green to that point and be as effective then as he is now.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Make that 4 strikeouts on the evening for Green.
And I'm sure it also has something to do with them not wanting to let Sam Green face the Kitchener Panthers lineup a 3rd time.
Spencer Ross is the batter now, and yeah, as you said, the number 9 hitter, and that's going to flip back over to Jet Jarvis, who's 1 for 2. Ross takes in the dirt. Spencer Ross looking for his first hit of the season. Jet Jarvis with the hit in his last at-bat has raised his average now to .313 on the year. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's outside. 2-0.
And you talk about who the Leafs have available down in the bullpen. Adam Marr, Chris Nagorski, Julian Valdez was just tossing with Max Leno. They've since actually subsided a little bit. Dean Christides down there, we just saw him pitch the other day. Julian Timochko, excuse me.
No, you got it right. Timochko.
Timochko?
Yeah. It is Timochko, yeah. Never mind, sorry.
I'm being gaslit here in the booth. Julian, if you're listening to this afterwards, it's not my fault, I swear. And Max Leno.
Yeah, I asked him personally, too, how to say it. I still got it wrong.
Oh. Just gutted him.
Broken bat flare down the right field line and into foul territory. Now, bat dies a nothing on a foul ball.
And a couple guys, as we've said before, we haven't seen out of the Leafs yet. Dan Procopio hasn't come up to Toronto yet. Angel Castro isn't here yet. Dustin Richardson is not available yet, though he is here tonight. We saw him before the game, getting some work done out by the shed in center field.
So this is interesting here from Spencer Ross, because his first bat looked like it had the grip taped all up the shaft of the bat. Now he's picked up a bat that's a completely different color and doesn't have any tape on it. Might be a bit of a different feel for Ross. And he chops one to third. What a play by John Salazzo. Whips to first in time to get the out. Oh, web gem there from John Salazzo to get the number 9 hitter Spencer Ross. And Sam Green is 1 out away from getting through 5 clean innings.
And that's just one heck of a defensive play from Jonathan Salazzo. They're ranging in, fielding out on a low tough hop, off balance throw to first base, right on the money. And we've talked about how powerful he is with his upper body with the bat. Well, that right there is some significant arm strength. On the run right to Castaldo's chest for a great second out.
Green pulls off the mound a bit on that one and delivers outside 1-0. You know, you could tell this was going to be a good season for Sam Green, or at least a good start to the season. He did some live ABs at the Toronto Maple Leafs practice before the season started, and he was mowing through batters. Almost no hard contact given up whatsoever, and did 2 or 3 innings of work there. And he was facing some of the top hitters on the Maple Leafs too, and the Jordan Castaldos, the John Salazzos, and the Justin Maras, and they weren't able to get much of anything going against Sam Green. Here's the 2-0. Way inside. And for the first time today, Sam Green is behind in the count 3-0.
And he's a guy who's never going to lead the IBL in ERA. He's never going to lead the IBL in wins. But what he can do and what he's done effectively in years past is eaten so many important innings for the Maple Leafs. And he's a guy, as he throws ball 4 right here, he's a guy who will absolutely be ready to pitch on any given day. It doesn't matter how many pitches he threw 2 days prior. It doesn't matter what the situation is. Dustin Richardson-esque, he is ready to take the mound at a moment's notice, and that is an incredible benefit for the Leafs to have, especially in the playoffs, as we saw last year. You need guys like that who are willing to take the ball and just eat innings effectively.
First pitch is a strike. Yeah, I agree with the comment that, Sam Green probably won't lead the league in ERA because there's just so many import pitchers that are really tough. But I think he has a really good chance to put up something in the low 4s or maybe even the high 3s this season.
Oh, 100%. It's not a slight on him at all. It's the competition, especially the pitching in this league, is so terrific that we've seen that you got to be the top of the top to get right up there. But Sam Green is one heck of an arm. The Leafs are incredibly lucky that he's back for another year.
Green had a couple of starts last season that, he got some tough breaks and it really ruined his ERA. He had an ERA of 7.17, which was well worse than his 4.84 that he had in 2022. But it just didn't feel like that was his ERA. And, in the Intercounty Baseball League, you're not going to have, the same defense as you see in, the minors or the major leagues or anything like that. So some of that adds to it as well. But Green he had a bit of a qualm with the ERA that he had last season. And that's something I think that's kind of fueled a bit of a fire beneath him to motivated him this season. Runner goes, and Jet Jarvis steals second base easily. He had a monster jump down. Oh, actually, no, sorry. It was ball 4 on Ryan Burnside. He did have a monster jump, though, either way. So Burnside head down to first base. Was it just me, or did Burnside think that was a strike?
I thought it was close. I don't know if he knew it was a strike or thought it was a strike, but it was certainly close. And that's what we haven't seen a lot of so far up until the 5th inning here is Sam Green losing it a little bit. We've seen him, we've talked about him being such a significant strike thrower that when he gets a little bit wild like this, it's very uncommon. And, you look down at the Leafs bullpen right now and there's Max Leno starting to throw again, who all but guaranteed if he doesn't enter here, he'll get the 6th inning. Be nice to see him back on the bump. One more out, though. That's all Butler's going out there to tell him. He's saying, hey, Sam Green, you got one more out in you. And Sam Green, of course, is saying, yeah, damn right I do, because that's the type of athlete he's out there on the mound. He doesn't want to be taken out of the game. None of these guys do.
And if you're wondering why the pitching coach isn't going to the mound, it's because Sam Green is the pitching coach. And he's already on the mound.
Working double duty tonight. He's doing a heck of a job doing it, too.
Pitch is in there for a strike. Good mound visit there from Rob Butler as Sam Green delivers strike 1. He's facing a tough hitter here in Raul Gonzalez. Gonzalez lines one into the outfield. That's down for a base hit. This could cash in the first run of the ball game. No, it won't. They're going to hold Jet Jarvis up at third base. Strong arm in the outfield there from Anthony Buonaiuto. And he hit the cutoff man perfectly. So the bases are loaded with 2 outs. And can Sam Green get out of this?
And that's realistically the first hard hit ball that we've seen the Kitchener Panthers come up with off of Sam Green tonight. There's been a lot of flyouts, a lot of pop-ups in general, a lot of weak foul-offs. And a good throw in there from Buonaiuto out in left field.
First pitch strike from Sam Green. Boy, is that important. Facing Nick Parsons.
And again, he's most effective when he jumps ahead of guys, and that's to say the same with most pitchers, but especially in Sam Green's case.
The 0-1. Check swing, did he go? No, says the first base umpire. Count is 1-1. This is This is the moment in the ball game to tune into right now. 2 outs, bases are loaded. It's the cleanup hitter and Parsons at the plate. This could really turn things in the Kitchener Panthers' favor. Pitch is high, 2-1.
And you saw Sam Green on the mound there after that check swing, kind of put his arms out. Like, what? And from up here, it looked like it was, if not a swing, then the closest thing to a swing. Obviously called a ball.
This one's fouled off. The count's 2-2.
And that's the kind of swing that we've mentioned over and over again. They're late on Sam Green's fastball. He sets it up well, utilizing his changeup, utilizing his slider this season. Add a couple ticks onto that fastball when you see so many off-speed pitches. That 89 begins to look like 92.
Fouled off. Sam Green sticking with the fastball, although that time Parsons caught up to it. Big 2-2 pitch coming up here against Parsons. And it's way outside 3-2. The runners will be going on this pitch. Sam Green is going to need to find the strike zone here against Parsons. Had the count at 2-2, but now Parsons has battled back. The biggest pitch in the ball game coming up right here. Green delivers. And it's inside, ball 4, and Sam Green walks in a run, and the Kitchener Panthers tie at 1-1.
And you don't always see a ton of emotion out of Sam Green on the mound. Even talking to him, he's a very calm, collected guy, but you could see after that pitch how frustrated he was. Picked a spot, he was trying to go up with a fastball there, missed up and in, didn't get the chase. And he is not a happy man on that mound right now.
Well, he's going to have to lock back in here because he's facing another tough hitter in Junior Ibarra. The bases are still loaded. And Ibarra drills this one deep to left field, and it's gone! Junior Ibarra, a grand slam, and all of a sudden the Kitchener Panthers lead it 5-1.
And just the worst possible outcome there for Sam Green. Ibarra was sitting heat. Green knew he had to get one over. Threw him a fastball and Ibarra cranked it. And that's what we saw out of the second half of last year from Junior Ibarra. And that'll do it for Sam Green's day. On an otherwise spectacular second outing, the fifth inning got away from him after a couple outs. There's so much good to come out of this, and it's unfortunate because the Leafs once again find themselves in a position where they're forcing their bullpen to be immaculate when the team's not scoring any runs.
One pitch is what ruins the day for Sam Green, but what makes it for Junior Ibarra, and the Kitchener Panthers are now on track to win their first game of the IBL seasons, but we got a long way to go, and we'll be right back here from Dominico Field.
Is it Lanu?
I don't know. I forgot to ask.
For frick's sakes.
Andreas is such a pretty.
I love that dude.
Do you like this?
I do like it. I genuinely do like it. It's a good beer.
It's definitely different, that's for sure.
I can't believe this is Lanu's walking music. I love it, but I still can't believe it is.
No, you're doing good. You're doing good.
Yeah, you're doing great.
On the home run, just let him run around and catch it on the face. It's great though with going to the pitcher. I love it.
I got him first, I got him second, and it slipped out.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Hopefully there's the next time.
Here, I'm gonna switch your battery. Is this battery powered? Because it doesn't.
for Lanu to get. It'll be Stephen Whalen.
Oh, Andreas.
I don't know where Andreas. Oh, off the light post.
We're going. Back here at Dominico Field, Max Lanu is on the mound for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Stephen Whalen at the plate. Oh, 2, that one's low. Mentioned Max Lanu had 4 walks in his last outing, but gets the first 2 pitches over for a strike here against Stephen Whalen, and this is a good chance for a redemption outing here for Max Lanu. Needs to get through 1 out here to finish the inning, and then it's up to the bats of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Eastern Michigan? Is that Eastern? Yeah. Block E, right? My daughter rode there for beautiful 6 years.
Line drive up the middle for a base hit. Stephen Whalen has his second hit of the evening. So Jordan Carthy, the left fielder, is at the plate. Way up and in, ball 1. For Max Lanu, keep throwing strikes. It's a good piece of hitting by Stephen Whalen to hit the ball up the middle. Got a good defense behind you as well, especially with Charlie Towers and Jose Vinicio in the middle of the infield, and we've seen a fantastic play at third base from John Salazzo. Here's the 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1.
Yeah, and with Lanu, we know he has the swing and miss potential. We know that's there. We've seen it in spurts in his first outing. Good pitches for strikes, good placement of pitches, good quality of pitches, but getting that walks out of his game.
Jordan Carthy looked like he was scoring to bunt there.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I believe that ball hit him. But he bunted for it, so it was called a strike, and he knew it right away.
Yeah, it was that or the bat. Either way, yeah, it's 1-2. And Lanu
Although not much reason for him to bunt with Stephen Whalen on first, not a ton of speed, and there's 2 out.
Salazzo is playing very far back at third base, as there's a breaking ball that slips a bit on Lanu, so it's inside, 2-2. Carthy pops it up. The wind isn't going to help this one for the Maple Leafs either, though, as it's just out of play behind home plate. The Kitchener Panthers have put up 5 runs in the top of the 5th inning, in an inning that they came in trailing 1-0, and it's the grand slam with 2 outs and the bases loaded by Junior Ibarra. It's blowing things open here for Kitchener. 2-2. Fouled off again by Jordan Carthy. Count remains even. Jordan Carthy coming into today 4 for his first 8 at-bats. The hottest hitters in the early going for Kitchener. Another 2-2 pitch from Max Lanu. And it hit him. Well inside, gets Jordan Carthy in the small of the bat, or the back, and now there's 2 on for the Kitchener Panthers here in the top of the 5th in an inning where they've already scored 5 times.
And that's what we've been talking about with Lanu. It's getting that command and control down. You know, we saw it in shades of Evan Elliott last year. the strikes are good. It's just how often you can throw those strikes. And for Lanu, it's not a lot right now.
Nolan Misa at the plate. He takes up and away, ball 1. Max Lanu coming in from Queen's University to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Spent a season with Dean Christidis in Kingston this past university fall ball season. A part of a very, very good Queens pitching staff, as it usually always is.
The 1-1 fouled off. Max Lanu throws hard. His fastball will sit around 89 to 91. He's topped out at 94 miles an hour. And he throws a curveball and a changeup as well. Curveball will come in at about 78. 1-2. This one's hit in the air to center field. It's playable for Greg Carrington. He drifts over and he makes the catch on the run and ends what is a tough inning for the Toronto Maple Leafs as the Kitchener Panthers score 5. The grand slam by Junior Ibarra puts the exclamation point on the 5th, and it's the Kitchener Panthers who lead 5-1 over the Maple Leafs. Greg Carrington leading things off for the Toronto Maple Leafs. It's been a long wait for Yadier Martinez on the mound, so he'll come back and pitch once again. He was at 68 pitches through 4 innings. Junior Ibarra, if you missed it, hit the grand slam at the top of the 5th, and that's what's given Kitchener a 5-1 lead.
And the onus is now on Martinez and these Panthers. They've had a tough start to the year. You get a great inning like that, you got to have a shutdown bottom of the half. You got to continue what you've been doing and bring them to the bottom of half the inning, because we saw, I mean, especially on a belligerent level in that Guelph game when they got blown out, an inability to do that. They haven't been able to do that this season. That is something they did so effectively last summer that now is a perfect opportunity. You just put up a big, massive spot. First home run of the year for Ibarra with 2 out, grand slam. Go out there and get 3 up, 3 down.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Yadier Martinez has 9 strikeouts now for the Kitchener Panthers as he gets Carrington.
And it's still early in the season, as much as everyone hates to hear that, but a growing level of concern for the Maple Leafs is their swing and miss rate. They've been in double-digit strikeouts, I believe 4 out of the 5 games this year. If they hit the 10-plus mark, they'll be 4 out of 5, and that's not a category you want to find yourself in. Back-to-back games, 2 games ago of 16 strikeouts and then 15 strikeouts. And yeah, sure, you're facing some tough pitchers, but this is how it's going to be the entire year. You got to figure it out now so that by the middle of the season, by the tail end of the season, you get rolling. And that's something that the Toronto Maple Leafs have not been able to do. And in fairness, neither have the Kitchener Panthers outside of the 5th inning.
Charlie Towers takes a strike 2-2. This is a veteran Toronto Maple Leafs team. Charlie Towers, though, does not fit that profile. He just celebrated his 23rd birthday back on May 14th. Strike 3 called over the inside corner. 10 strikeouts for Yadier Martinez. And here comes Justice McGee.
Designated hitter number 28, Justice McGee.
And we just mentioned Martinez needing to have a good inning here in the bottom of the 5th to settle back in. He was sitting on the bench for a while his team were putting up runs. And 2 quick punch outs here, and now he's facing the 9-hole hitter in McGee. Quick worker too. Gets the ball back from a bar, and he is on the mound ready to go.
Swing and a miss, 1-2. Yeah, he hasn't been working this quickly all game, though. This is a new thing that he started in the 5th.
And he's been very effective in his short time with it.
1-2. Now he waits a bit longer, and he quick pitches McGee, and it's outside. Yadier Martinez is starting to feel himself a little bit on the mound, just blew through his delivery, and he's got a big smile. Kick back in to the catcher Ibarra as well.
And no reason not to at this point in the game.
2-2. McGee swings and misses for strike 3. Yadier Martinez continues to rack up the strikeouts and does exactly what the Kitchener Panthers wanted him to do. He shuts down the Maple Leafs after they put up 5 runs in the top half of the 5th inning. To the 6th we go here at Dominico Field. Max Lanoux back on the mound for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Got 1 out in the 5th inning to stop the bleeding for the Leafs. Now he's back out on the mound for the 6th, and his first task is Spencer Ross, the second baseman. On the ground to 3rd, big hop for John Salazzo. He throws to 1st, picked up by Castaldo, 1 away.
And a good bounce back from Lanoux. A first pitch out. Ideally, the Leafs get a little bit of length out of Lanoux. If it's a very quick inning, I wouldn't be surprised for him to get the 7th. If it's not, and he throws anywhere from 12 to 20 pitches, I'd expect Julian Tomachko to start getting loose. I would guess he's next in line.
Jet Jarvis is the leadoff hitter for the Kitchener Panthers. He's at the plate. And another pitch chopped to second base this time. Charlie Towers throws to 1st to get the speedy Jarvis 2 away. Quickly 2 outs here for Max Lanoux.
Yeah, 2 pitches, 2 outs. And with Burnside coming up after 2 quick pitches, you know he's not going to swing. Get me over fastball. Just a get me over fastball, get to 0-1, work from there. Best thing from Lanu is a quick inning, and he's two pitches in, and he's gotten 2 outs. Nothing better than that.
Pitch to Burnside is inside. Burnside obviously taking all the way after the first 2 batters grounded out on 1 pitch. And then takes low ball 2. Ryan Burnside was excellent for the Toronto Maple Leafs last season, playing in 3 different positions, catching in the outfield and on the mound. Here's the 2-0. Burnside fouls it off. Ryan Burnside came over from the Hamilton Cardinals 2 seasons ago to play for the Leafs, and then after that has now joined the Kitchener Panthers organization.
And Justin Mara got eaten up by that foul tip. Bounced right, I want to say it hit him pretty square on his left palm. Doubled over there. And Mara's as tough a catcher as you're going to find in the IBL. But that one stung. And the Leafs are in a bit of a position where they have their backup catcher, Justice McGee, DHing for them tonight. So hopefully, we all hope that Mara is able to continue, and by watching him, how he's acting behind home plate right now, and he's talking to Rob Butler, it looks like he will. But if he had to come out of the game for any reason, Brandon Sekulovic, it's the reason you carry 3 catchers. It's the reason why you have a roster of as big as the Leafs do. And Mara looks like he'll stay in the game.
Yeah, I don't think that hit his hand. Like that may have caught a sensitive area there on Justin Mara. So just took a look at the replay. Yeah, that should be one he'll be able to shake off. Just take a minute. Here's the 2-1. That one's in there for a strike. The count's 2-2. Can Max Lanu get through a 1-2-3 inning? Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Inside corner, strike 3 called. How about Max Lanu? Gets the Kitchener Panthers 1-2-3 in the 6th and hopes that the bats for the Maple Leafs can produce something here against the Kitchener Panthers. The Leafs trail by 4. It's 5-1 Kitchener as we head to the bottom of the 6th. This is the guy who has the lone RBI of the ball game for the Maple Leafs. It's Jose Vinicio. And if you can believe it, he was the first batter of the game, and that is the only damage that has been done against Yadier Martinez. It was a solo home run. He has been great on the mound for the Kitchener Panthers. And Vinicio takes up and in, ball 1.
Yeah, and Martinez worked 7 innings his last time out. Worked into the 6th here. No action down in the Panthers bullpen. They're rolling with Martinez. And it's the beauty of having a pitcher, I don't want to call him a veteran, but a guy who's experienced the IBL, and he's pitched a ton before. He's thrown complete games in the IBL before.
Vinicio rockets one foul down the right side.
who can go out there and similar to what the Leafs had the last time Angel Castro was with the club. You go out there and say, okay, easy, 90, 100 pitches, go at it, then we'll come get you after that. No worries before.
Maple Leafs expect Angel Castro to be joining the team very soon in the United States right now, and will be a huge part of this Maple Leafs rotation, and a guy who can really eat up some innings as well. This one's popped up at third base, and the catch is made by Nick Parsons, who was watching that ball drift back towards fair territory with the wind. Yadier Martinez threw 107 pitches in his first outing of the year, of which 73 were strikes. And he's on the same kind of pace here, although 107 pitches might get him through the whole game here against the Maple Leafs if he continues at this pace.
Yeah, and the bullpen so far has been a bit of a weak spot. Similar to the Leafs, the Panthers haven't been able to rely on their bullpen for too many outs. Now, they haven't been in many winning scenarios where they've been able to use their higher leverage guys, but for the Leafs just to get to their bullpen, that should be the goal right now, is see what Kitchener has to offer, because not many of their arms down there have gotten off to hot starts either. Nathan Laird and Adam Robertson are the only two pitchers on the Kitchener Panthers roster that have not allowed a run this season.
Both Kitchener Panthers that were on the team last year as well, returning players. Yadier Martinez just delivered pitch number 90. So maybe 107 wouldn't get him through the whole game, but he might be on pace to get through 8 innings. A lot could be determined, though, on this next pitch to Jordan Castaldo. The 1-2. And Castaldo takes low in the dirt as he continues to battle at the plate.
And nobody is currently throwing in the Panthers bullpen. Nobody has been throwing. So even though Martinez is in the 90s, they're letting him go.
Castaldo hits one on the ground to first base. Gobbled up, flipped to Yadier Martinez, who's covering first. Nolan Misa makes the play. And there's 2 away. And Martinez continues to roll. Now, just over 90 pitches.
Pitcher number 9, Justin Mora.
Once again, Justin Mara, who was hoping to see himself in some RBI scenarios here tonight, hitting in the 3 spot, has nobody on base and a chance to let her rip, if you will, against Yadier Martinez. And he takes a strike over the outside corner, although you can't rip at one when Yadier Martinez continues to paint the outside corner like he has been tonight. Outside 1-1. Justin Mara.
Good to see Mara still in the game after taking a shot there in the top half.
Justin Mara came into this game 2 for his first 13, and the 1-1 pitch just misses. 2-1.
One of the many veterans on this Toronto Maple Leafs squad.
2-1. That's outside 3-1. And you might want to give the green light here to Justin Mara. You got a good hitter in John Salazzo on deck, though. Also a lefty. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And Mara took a pretty good cut at that one and fouls it back.
Yeah, it's a good swing from Justin Mara. I mean, you're down by 4 at this point. Base runners are important. You'll want someone on for the power of Salazzo, as you just mentioned. Working it to a full count. Working up Martinez's pitch count. You know, it's a ballsy at bat right here.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. That was pitch number 98, and that was strikeout number 12 on the evening for Yadier Martinez, who gets through 6 innings and still has allowed just 1 run on the solo home run on the first batter of the game. To the 7th we go here at Dominico Field. Welcome back to Dominico Field. It's the Kitchener Panthers who lead 5-1 over the Toronto Maple Leafs. Max Lanoux, who's got through an inning and a third, is going to face Raul Gonzalez for the Kitchener Panthers. First pitch is up and in from Lanoux. Not much in the way of offense in this game beyond the 5 runs by the Kitchener Panthers. They have 5 runs on just 5 hits, and the Maple Leafs have 1 run on 3 hits. There's a swing and a miss by Gonzalez. The count's 1-1. So I feel like Max Lanoux is kind of finding his own here in the IBL.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like it. It's a terrific bounce back outing after the first one didn't go to plan. He's throwing more strikes this outing, although we've seen on pitches like that, he loses the inside part of the plate to righties there. We saw his one hit by pitch today. But generally speaking, he looks a lot better this go around than he did the last go around. And I mean, we can even go back as far to say, well, that was the same case with Willenas Alvarado in his first outing with the Maple Leafs last season. Then you look at how good he became. I'm not suggesting that Lanoux will be like that, but I'm suggesting that the idea of limiting the walks, limiting the wild pitches, limiting the balls, turning those into more favorable. You don't have to go 0-2 every single time, but 1-2, 2-2, and he's been doing that this last inning.
Now 3-1 on Gonzalez, and it's low. He walked him. So Raul Gonzalez will head down to first base to lead off the inning.
And as soon as I say that, that's not what you want to do, obviously.
Yeah. No, that's a commentator's curse. That's all right.
Yeah. This is why I don't get to talk much. I say things like that.
Nick Parsons is at a St. Jacobs, Ontario. Gets his first look at Max Lanoux. Good start to the inning for the Kitchener Panthers. They have 1 on and nobody out. That one's swung on and fouled back as Nick Parsons took a healthy hack at the first pitch he's ever seen from Max Lanoux.
And with that, his Queen's teammate, Dean Christidis, is beginning to throw down in the Leafs bullpen, a lefty. One of 2 lefties available today for Toronto.
You want to talk about a monster on the mound in the OUA. That was Dean Christidis. He has had some dominant outings.
Yeah, he's a tall, imposing figure out there. Doesn't get the strikeout numbers, at least not thus far, that someone may expect from a guy that size.
Here's a ground ball right back to the mound. Max Lanoux is going to throw to second for 1, and no throw to first base as Charlie Towers was taken out on the turn. And the Maple Leafs will settle for the force out, but that's a great play by Max Lanoux to spin around and fire that right on the money to Towers at second.
It was a bit of a dangerous play. It wasn't as close as you would have liked. I'm sure Charlie Towers wasn't overly thrilled there with the level at which Raul Gonzalez went in, but legal nonetheless. It worked. It was an effective play from Gonzalez. You stay out of the double play. Not that I think the Leafs would have had a chance of getting to there anyways, but you go in hard, and that's the right thing to do there. Not overly aggressive, not spikes up. You go in, you make sure Towers can't get the throw off, and
so Junior Ibarra, who homered in his last at-bat, is at the plate. Did that off of Sam Green. And what was just a fantastic outing by Sam Green, and he was 1 pitch away a couple of times from getting through 5 scoreless innings, and then made 1 mistake to Junior Ibarra, and it cost him 4 runs. That's baseball, though.
It's what 1 bad pitch can do, and we talked about earlier on how his ERA last year was inflated. It's moments like these that allow that to happen. And he had a terrific outing, but the numbers will say, oh, well, he gave up 5 runs. Well, the numbers don't tell the full story. The numbers don't say how good he was through the first 4, not how good he was in his first 3 innings of his first outing last week. It's a tough outcome for an otherwise terrific performance from Sam Green.
2-0. This one's hit in the air by Junior Ibarra. It's high and deep, but well foul down the left field line. So the count's now 2-2 on Junior Ibarra.
And Ibarra is a good double play candidate. Get a ground ball right at Towers, right at Vinicio here, up the middle. He's a guy that you can get, but you got to throw strikes to get him to swing at those.
Full count. 29-year-old catcher Junior Ibarra. 11 seasons in the Cuban National Series.
Doesn't it feel like he's been around longer than 11 seasons playing baseball?
Yeah. I mean, 11 seasons is quite a bit as he takes a walk over the outside.
It is, but at 29 years old, starting at 18 in the Cuban series and now working his way up here.
Kitchener Panthers have a nice connection with those Cuban National Series players. 3 of them on this team, if my math is correct. That's
yeah, 3 out of the 4 spots, international spots on the roster are taken up by players originating in Cuba.
It's Dean Christidis who's warming up in the bullpen for the Maple Leafs.
The other for Kitchener, a catcher who's not yet with the team named Cam Baker out of Portland, Connecticut.
Stephen Whalen at the plate. 1 out, 2 on for Kitchener. Top of the 7th inning. Here's the 1-0. This one's popped up. The wind's going to help this stay in play. John Salazzo's under it. Calls off Jose Vinicio and makes the catch. 2 outs. Max Lanou has done a good job on the mound thus far. Now through 2 innings of work, he's got Jordan Carthy standing in his way of having a fantastic bounce back outing for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
And not to dumb it all down to how many strikes you throw, but in Lanou's case, it is that he's been incredibly effective when he's thrown strikes. And today is a good representation of what can happen when you do that.
Carthy takes a first pitch strike. Counts 0-1.
Pitcher's best friend in the world, a first pitch strike. The wonders it can do for you. And for Lanou in this case, it's working incredibly well for him in his 3rd inning of work here.
0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. The winner of this game today will temporarily be in the final playoff spot in the Intercounty Baseball League. Remember, with the expansion team and the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, not everyone makes the playoffs this season. The last place team will miss out on the IBL playoffs. Here's the 0-2 from Max Lanou. And it's up high, 1-2. Looks like Yadier Martinez is going to be back on the mound for the Kitchener Panthers. Pitch count at just about 100. 1-2. And it's just inside. Max Lanou didn't quite snap off that breaking ball enough to get it over the front hip of Jordan Carthy. A 2-2 pitch from Max Lanou. And it's hit in the air, not deep to center field. Rushing in and going back is Jose Vinicio, who makes the catch. And Max Lanou gets through 2 1/3 scoreless innings for the Toronto Maple Leafs, who still have some work to do on the offensive side of things. They trail 5-1 against the Kitchener Panthers, and the Leafs bats are coming up. Well, the Toronto Maple Leafs are starting to run out of outs, and they've got the right guy at the plate, Jonathan Salazzo, trying to get something started here in the 7th inning for Toronto, facing Yadier Martinez, who has punched out his fair share in this outing. Already got through 6 sparkling innings of work. And John Salazzo hits this one on the ground, and a dive by Spencer Ross. He can't get there. John Salazzo starts things off with a lead-off single, and that's the first hit we've seen in a while against Yadier Martinez.
And it's a good piece of hitting there from Salazzo. Trying to pull it, as Salazzo always does. Bounces through the right side. Spencer Ross not able to get over to it. And it's just what the doctor ordered. A leadoff single for the Leafs. You get a man on.
Is there any chance Ryan Dos Santos pulls the bat back and bunts one down the third baseline?
I would not recommend it at this point. You see how far the Panthers' third baseman is creeping in there?
Yeah, he was swinging.
If that swing told you anything,
yeah.
He was trying to hit for power right there.
Huge cut. And the count's 0-1. Ryan Dos Santos loves the fastball.
And even with that swing and now the take there, Parsons still playing a couple steps behind the grass line at third base. So clearly they think it's a possibility. I mean, Dos Santos is the speed. I don't personally believe it's the right time in the game to do it.
That pitch finds the outside corner. The count's 1-2.
And now Parsons backs up, of course, the 2 strikes.
If Ryan Dos Santos gets on here, it could set up a pretty big situation for Anthony Buonaiuto, who's the on-deck batter. But here's the 1-2 pitch first. And it's inside. It was a breaking ball for Martinez, it looked like, and the count's 2-2. Yadier Martinez obviously would love a sharply hit ground ball at one of his middle infielders as well. 2-2. Well outside. 3-2. Full count here on Ryan Dos Santos. I don't think you'd want to start John Salazzo at first base, especially with the speed of Ryan Dos Santos. He'll be a tough candidate to double up.
With that, Jack Anderson begins to start getting warm down in the Panthers' pen.
Dos Santos fouls it off. He had another good rip, and that one cut a good chunk of Junior Ibarra as the home plate umpire heads back to the mound, just as a courtesy to give Junior Ibarra a chance to shake out the cobwebs. There's Anderson warming up in the bullpen.
Over 100. And as soon as they say that, Jack Anderson sits down, and Nathan Laird, one of 2 relievers in the Panthers' pen who have not allowed a run this season, gets up and slowly starts tossing. 3/4 arm action reliever, who we've seen had some very, very good outings these past couple years for the Kitchener Panthers.
3-2. Fouled on the ground towards first base. And Ryan Dos Santos is starting to make the pitch count climb a little bit here for Yadier Martinez, who's now up near getting close to the 110 pitch mark.
Yeah, and in a perfect world, you ride Martinez as long as you can go. You put in Nathan Laird, who's looked pretty good over his 1 inning, and then you turn to Adam Robertson to end the game. That's what the Kitchener Panthers are hoping to do. It's fairly obvious.
Ryan Dos Santos fists this one on the ground. Flipped to second for 1, on to first. Not in time. The throw gets away, but Dos Santos will hold his ground right there at first base. So the Kitchener Panthers get it out, but the Maple Leafs upgrade their speed a little bit at first base. They're looking for a lot more than that. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ryan Dos Santos hold his ground here. Give Anthony Buonaiuto a chance to see if he can't get into one of these fastballs from Yadier Martinez.
Absolutely, you're correct. There's no reason for anybody to be stealing bases or trying to at this point in the game.
This will be the 3rd look for Buonaiuto at Yadier Martinez.
And after 2 1/3 innings, Max Lano's day is done. He's wandering down in the left field bullpen for the Leafs.
And Buonaiuto has a pretty good rip at that one, fouls it straight back.
That means we'll be seeing the lefty Dean Christides come in next inning for the Maple Leafs here. What will be the top of the 8th. Wouldn't be shocked to see them ride Christides a little bit, see if they can get 2 innings out of him.
The 0-1 just missed outside. The count's 1-1 now.
And you've seen that a couple times from Ibarra this game. Fastballs in the outside part of the plate to the lefty hitter, trying to frame it, bring it back in an inch or two, and not getting those calls.
The 1-1 line to second base, throw to first, and it's in the dirt, and it gets away from the first baseman, Nolan Misa. Otherwise, that would have been an unfortunate line into a double play, as Ryan Dos Santos didn't have time to get back. Pretty good catch by Spencer Ross out there.
A hard hit ball, good swing on it, good catch by Spencer Ross. He'll be the first one to admit that he should have had Dos Santos at first. Not a great throw. Dos Santos got very, very lucky there. No reason to be that far off the base at first. But nonetheless, the inning continues.
So an extra life for the Maple Leafs. Can Greg Carrington take advantage? Takes way up and in for a ball.
And we're at the point in the game now where you gotta, when Kitchener or any opposing team gives you those free outs, you gotta grab them and you gotta take advantage of them. For a team that's not hitting as well as they'd like to be, every time you're gifted an opportunity, you can't let it slide.
Carrington takes a ball, so the count's 2-0. Greg Carrington has a bit of pop in that bat. Had a couple home runs last season for the Maple Leafs. Here's the 2-0, and he fouled it straight back. And that's about as good a look at that fastball as you're going to get from Yadier Martinez, and Carrington just missed it.
Yeah, he was right on it. Hard foul back to the screen. I'd be surprised if Martinez comes back with another fastball right here, given Carrington's last swing.
Throw to first, not in time. Ryan Dos Santos with the quick twitch to get back to first base. So the count's 2-1. Carrington with the advantage. Here's the pitch. And a swing and a miss. On a nasty inside breaking ball from Yadier Martinez. Can Martinez get through 7 innings of 1-run baseball? The 2-2 to Greg Carrington. Yes, he can. A big yell on the mound for Yadier Martinez, and he does the Randy Arozarena pose on the mound as he heads out. 7 innings of 1-run baseball for Yadier Martinez, who has a fantastic outing for the Kitchener Panthers. They lead 5-1 over the Toronto Maple Leafs. So Dean Christides is going to enter the ball game for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And right away having a conversation with the home plate umpire, John Salazzo, will come in to get the info as well. Actually, no, he's just coming in to give him the ball. Looks like whatever was the issue is sorted out. And Christides will face Nolan Misa to start things off. Here's his first pitch for Dean Christides at Dominico Field. Misa bunts it foul right back to the backstop.
Not a bad idea with how far back Jonathan Salazzo has been playing at third base, and he now creeps into about a foot behind the grass line. New pitcher on the mound, trying to get something going. Up by 4, you got room to foul it off like you just did.
High chopper to third. John Salazzo played it perfectly, and he throws to first in time. 1 away. So Dean Christides played for Queen's University for 1 season, but before that played 4 years at the University of Toronto. Also had a good experience playing for Team Greece, the Greek national team, between 2019 and 2021, where he played in the European Championships. And he didn't just play in that tournament, he also won the most valuable pitcher in that 2019 Euro in Bulgaria. He was excellent in 2021 for the University of Toronto at an ERA of .00.36, which that'll play. Christides delivers a breaking ball that just misses over the outside corner.
Yeah, he's not an overpowering guy. You look at him based on his size and you think, well, that guy might blow by people. He doesn't have the strikeout numbers to back that up. He's a crafty pitcher. He's a heck of a pitcher. But a lot of it for him is placement and control.
Dean Christides made his major league debut, or his intercounty baseball league debut. The big show, the IBL.
Yeah. A few levels away.
Anyway, he did that against the Barrie Baycats in the Leafs 5-4 loss, and he was great. Gave up just 2 hits over 2 1/3 innings, so he has the ability to go more than 1. As this one's fouled off by Ross. And then got hit around a little bit against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, which I'm realizing was also at Dominico Field. So actually this is his second appearance here at Dominico Field, where he gave up a couple of hits. Here's the ball fouled off by Ross. Count still 1-2.
It is the 3rd home game of the season for the Maple Leafs this year. It is also the 3rd home game in which the Maple Leafs are facing a team with new uniforms this year. They faced London, they faced Chatham-Kent, and now they face Kitchener. And all 3 of those teams, 2 of which won a new team in the league.
Another high chopper to Salazzo, and he airmails it to first base. John Salazzo didn't have a great chance at getting the out at first base, as Ross got down the line very well, and that ball was a really high chopper. He had to wait for it to get down to him. Probably will go as an infield hit there for Ross, and it's back to the top of the order with Jet Jarvis. Yeah, they're going to score that one a base hit for Ross. So 1 aboard for the Kitchener Panthers, trying to tack on to what is already a 4-run lead. Dean Christides would love to get a ground ball here out of Jet Jarvis, although it's going to have to be pretty sharply hit, as Jarvis also has good speed. Ground ball, obviously hoping for the double play. Here's the 0-1. And there's a breaking ball, a slow breaking ball from Christides, and it finds the zone.
And that's the really good curveball that he possesses. Hitting that outside corner, changing speeds. You don't need to throw your fastball super high velocity when you have a slow curveball like that to mix it up.
0-2. Fastball. Sped him up and got a foul off.
And this will just likely be a one-inning appearance for Dean Christides. You head to the top of the ninth, I imagine they will turn to Julian Tomachko down there. Christides, it's his third outing of the year. He's thrown some innings, been put in some tough spots, some stressful pitches against Chatham-Kent. Obviously, don't want to burn anyone out. That's been a major theme, as Jeff Lounsbury was talking about last game.
Another slow curveball. He gets the ground ball, and it takes a wicked hop on Charlie Towers and gets over his head into the outfield. The runner at first base will come to third, and it's first and third with one out, and there was nothing that Charlie Towers could do on that one. That took a wicked hop and was out of his reach over his head.
No, nothing he could do. Bounced right over him. Doesn't matter how tall you were out there. Runner advances to third. A good piece of base running there from Kitchener. And now Dean Christides will have to try and work out of a tough spot for a second straight outing.
The Kitchener Panthers' next game will come on Friday. They're going to take on the London Majors, who are off to a good start to the season. They got a barn burner win, 15-12 against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers. I didn't even mean to do that, but that's what the score was. Caden Cordoso is off to such a great start there for London. Champ Garner added a home run, and how about Edward D'Olio, who had 2 home runs in that game against the Barnstormers. So it's Ryan Burnside at the plate with 1 out. And Burnside could be a double play candidate if they get a ball on the ground. That's what Christides needs. The Maple Leafs really need to limit the damage if they have any chance of coming back in this ball game. Here's the pitch. That one's fouled off.
Yeah, it is a big spot, and for a team that's hitting the way they are right now, a 4-run deficit feels like an 8-run deficit. And if you're consistently hitting and you're consistently putting up runs, that's not a big deal, and down the road for the Leafs it won't be. But right now, in the tough spot that they're in, a couple runs feel massive for a team that isn't putting anybody across the plate.
Just got to look at Julian Tomachko down there in the bullpen, and he's a guy who's really throwing hard to start the season, gets that fastball up around 90 miles an hour. The 1-2 to Burnside. In the dirt, another slow curveball from Dean Christides. And I don't know if you're noticing this, Gus, but I've seen a couple of strikes of lightning in the outfield.
I have, although I haven't heard them yet,
Yeah.
so that's a good sign. Not to get all weatherman on you, but...
Line drive into the outfield. This one's going to get down and split the outfielders. Ryan Burnside has driven in the 6th run of the ball game and maybe more for the Kitchener Panthers. The second run is going to come in to score, and Kitchener has opened the lead to 7-1 as Ryan Burnside delivers the RBI double against his former team.
Yeah, you know that feels good for Ryan Burnside. Late inning, 2-run double against the Maple Leafs, placing it perfectly in between Carrington and Buoniuto out there and sending it to the fence. And that's what I mean, limiting the damage. It's been tough these first 5 games now for the Maple Leafs and their bullpen. They have not been able to do it.
Ryan Burnside was a good hitter when he was in the lineup for the Maple Leafs last season. Batting average in the 300s.
It's tough right now. It is. There's no 2 ways around it. The offense isn't hitting, not getting many outs out of your bullpen. It's a long season, and it is tough.
1-0 pitch is up and away from Dean Christides, who's going to take a stroll around the mound, slow things down a little bit. Raul Gonzalez fouls that one off, so the count now 2-1. Gonzalez is 1 for 2 with a couple of walks. Hits one on the ground. Jose Vinicio fields it. Throws to first, and it's picked by Jordan Castaldo. Oh, a soft head of hands from the veteran at first base. And there's 2 away. And you could tell Jordan Castaldo was winding up for that pick from about halfway through the throw. He knew it was low.
Absolutely, and Vinicio standing out there counting his lucky stars that Castaldo was able to pick that. No need to be that nonchalant. Great play by Jordan Castaldo. No damage from Raul Gonzalez.
Castaldo gave the point back to Jose Vinicio, saying, I got you. Another slow breaking ball from Dean Christidis. That one finds the strike zone. Jose Vinicio is not going to have a lot of those throws this season. He's an excellent defender at shortstop for the Maple Leafs. And that fastball just missed. Counts 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. I think Dean Christidis would be happy if he could end the inning right here.
Absolutely. End it on a strikeout, end it on a high, end it on a positive.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss.
There it is.
Strike 3. Justin Mara throws down to first base to complete the strikeout. But the Kitchener Panthers do score 2 more, and they've opened the lead up to 7-1 over the Toronto Maple Leafs here at Dominico Field. Back in here at Dominico Field, where the Kitchener Panthers lead 7-1 over the Toronto Maple Leafs. And for Kitchener, they got a new pitcher into the ball game. It's Nathan Laird, the former Brock Badger, who enters into the game. He'll face Charlie Towers and then Jamie Cabral, who's in to hit for Justice McGee in the on-deck circle.
It'll be Jamie Cabral's first at-bat in the IBL. First at-bat with the Maple Leaf. He's been a junior column for a couple days now. Has not appeared in a game.
First pitch to Towers is inside.
We saw on the road the other day, Carrion Wong be a junior call-up for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Made an appearance. Now we see Jamie Cabral on the on-deck circle.
And one of the reasons we haven't seen more of Jamie Cabral is he's just kind of dealing with a nagging injury that's not necessarily sidelined him, but it's just still kind of recovering. So Charlie Towers ahead in the count 3-0, and you have to imagine he'll be taking all the way. Here's the pitch. And it's in there for a strike, 3-1. Charlie Towers may want to go ahead and take one more pitch, though, because Toronto Maple Leafs need some base runners in any form. Takes high, ball 4. So Nathan Laird walks the 8-hitter in Charlie Towers. And now that'll bring Jamie Cabral to the plate for his first at-bat at Dominico Field.
Designated hitter spot number 32, Jamie Cabral.
And with that, lefty Jack Anderson begins to throw down in the Kitchener Panthers pen. Exciting first at-bat for Cabral. He's a heck of an athlete. As you said, he was dealing with a bit of an injury. That's why we haven't seen him play. As Nathan Laird falls off the mound there. That was a little bit odd.
So Jamie Cabral, a third year at a Toronto Metropolitan University, and I'd have to imagine that you've crossed paths with Jamie Cabral, right?
I have. Played with him last season, although I can safely say he got a heck of a lot more playing time than I did. I can say that about most people on that team, looking back on it. No, he's a heck of an athlete. He's a JUCO guy. He has one heck of an arm from the outfield, a terrific defender, a power hitter.
Pitch catches the inside corner, so Nathan Laird gets back in the count. It's 2-1.
And you can tell on this team who's a junior comp and who's not by who doesn't have their last name on the back of their jersey.
Yeah.
I noticed that pregame.
Cabral fists one on the ground to first, but it's going to bounce into foul territory. So now the count's level at 2-2.
And he's a heck of a guy off the field, too. One of the many outfielders that TMU possessed last season. Be playing there again this coming season in the fall, September and October.
For those of you that don't know, Gus Cousins used to be a sidewinding relief pitcher for the TMU Bold, as Cabral slashes this one foul to the right.
I can also safely say that Jamie Cabral has had substantially more success than I've had out there.
That's why you're up on the broadcast.
That is why
partner.
he is on the field and I am up here talking about him, yes. He's a heck of a guy. Great take right there, too, by Cabral. If you can't tell, I'm rooting immensely for this guy. It's a 7-1 game. He's coming in a pinch hit.
Toronto Metropolitan University, just down the street from where we are right now here in Toronto. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Cabral hits one on the ground. This one's the shortstop. Raul Gonzalez only played a first base, and it's in the dirt, and it gets away. Jamie Cabral will reach first base, and Charlie Towers comes to third, and the Maple Leafs, who need a lot of runs, have something going here in the bottom of the 8th.
And a lot going on there. Towers getting the start with the full count, nobody out. Otherwise, Gonzalez would have definitely gone to second there for at least one out. So Towers kept him out of the double play. And Cabral's speed, he's a fast guy. It was a bit of a lackadaisical throw from Raul Gonzalez at short. I'm sure he did not know how fast Jamie Cabral was. And now the Leafs have something cooking. And I have a big smile on my face seeing him on first base.
So one of the things that really hurt Raul Gonzalez on that play is that he looked at second right away. I'm not sure he realized that he wasn't going to have a play at second with Charlie Towers running. So it kind of diverted his attention, and before he knew it, he had to rush a throw to first base, which I'm not even sure would have got Cabral anyway. So here's a 1-0 pitch to Jose Vinicio. Cabral running. Vinicio check swing. Throw down to second base. Not in time. And it wasn't even close. Jamie Cabral steals it easily as Junior Ibarra kind of had to pump fake before he got that throw down to second. And if it wasn't for a good play by the shortstop Raul Gonzalez, that ball could have gone into center field.
Yeah, no need for Ibarra to throw that. Cabral had already stolen the base by the time he got the ball off. And I'd say, looking at the way Cabral's running, he's feeling pretty damn good out there on the field, coming off an injury.
Vinicio takes inside 2-1. Now, there is a base open at first base, although Jose Vinicio would gladly find himself there as the Maple Leafs need 6 runs and they only have 6 outs to work with, although they haven't recorded any here in the bottom of the 8th, and they got 2 on, and the right guys are at the plate. Jose Vinicio is the leadoff hitter. And then Jordan Castaldo in the on-deck circle with Justin Mara looming in the hole.
And the reason that Jack Anderson is warming up in the bullpen purely is because he's a lefty. The Maple Leafs aren't going to pinch hit anybody else. They are going to ride with their lefties, and Jack Anderson in one inning didn't have the best outing, but he's been solid for them previously, and he will be solid for them this season. And the lefty-on-lefty matchup in a lineup like this with 8 lefties is very, very important. Not everybody wants matchups in the IBL, but when you have a lineup like this, it's extremely important. And if Nathan Laird isn't getting anybody out, Jack Anderson is the guy to turn to.
The 2-1, or the 3-1, excuse me, is low, ball 4. And Jose Vinicio heads down to first base. The bases are loaded with nobody out for Toronto, and here comes Jordan Castaldo.
And this will be, you'd have to imagine, Laird's last batter. Anderson has been thrown for some time with some velocity and intensity down there. I don't think they'd want Laird to face Mara or Salazzo as a righty-lefty.
First pitch, Castaldo hits it on the ground to first base, and it's a foul ball. And that is lucky for the Maple Leafs and Jordan Castaldo. That would have been a sure double play.
Yeah, Nolan Misa was ready to come up firing there. Castaldo hit it right off his knee.
Oh, it was a foul ball off his knee, okay.
Yeah, he's trying to walk it off, not feeling great. If there's ever a spot for Jordan Castaldo to get rolling, it would be right now. Bases loaded, nobody out. Lefty on righty. This is what he's been good at his entire career. Find a cap, Jordan. Find a gap.
Castaldo fouls it off.
It's the right part of the lineup you want coming up.
Just another look at that foul ball by Jordan Castaldo. Yeah, definitely caught him on the knee. I mean, you could tell from the reaction at least. 0-2. Jordan Castaldo's going to have to battle here against Nathan Laird. Justin Mara on deck. Castaldo pops it back behind home plate in foul territory.
And
now,
if there's one thing you can say about the Leafs to start this season, they've played in a lot of close games, and of course they haven't won any, but they've battled right to the end. The first game of the season, we saw them here with the tying runs on base. We saw them on the road with tying runs on base in the 9th inning. They battle and scrap and claw, and that's what you want to see out of a team now eventually that has to turn into something. But they can get a couple here. It's just the 8th inning. You got 6 outs to work with.
0-2. Up and in. Yeah, that's a good point. And I talked to Jesse Hodges after the Maple Leafs lost last time out. That was against the Chatham-Kent Barnstormers, and he said, if you want to question our level of compete, you can just take that off the board right there, because they are competing. They're giving it their all. They just haven't got the bounce that they needed quite yet. Today, the bounce that they needed was for Yadier Martinez to not have such a good outing on the mound. He was excellent.
Hodges, speaking of which, another righty bat that they don't have available
Right.
to them today. He got
Right.
off to a pretty good start this season with the bat. So you're down a lot of your quality right-handed guys.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it's a swing and a miss. Strike 3 as Jordan Castaldo goes down swinging. So that'll bring Justin Mara to the plate. Looks like Nathan Laird is going to stay in there to face Justin Mara. I think the only batter left on the Toronto Maple Leafs bench is Brendan Sekulovic, who is a catcher, so probably don't want to bring him into the game with him being the last catcher.
Especially with the way Mara's been beat up today.
Yeah.
It's be tough.
And Justice McGee, who's the other guy, he was the DH today, and he's already been removed from the game.
Yeah. And this is the last at bat and the first pitch to Mara here. This is the Nathan Laird we're used to seeing. Strike throwing guy, getting on the same page with Ibarra.
Junior Ibarra just gave a signal to his infield, and he was talking to, I believe, to his first baseman, Nolan Misa, who was holding on the runner at first base. He says, no need for that, just play behind the runner. And so that's what Nolan Misa's going to do. Here's the 0-1. And it's up and in.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, runs don't matter. It matters, of course, in the stat lines and for pitchers' ERAs and all that. But it doesn't matter. Wins are wins. You need 5 outs. You're up by 6 runs. A ground ball that scores a run here does not matter. It's inconsequential.
That pitch just misses. So Justin Mara is ahead in the count. 2-1.
Ibarra is doing a heck of a job trying to frame those outside pitches.
Yeah.
We can see it from up here at the top of the hill. His framing.
Laird's 2-1. And that one just missed. Junior Ibarra has a look back at the home plate umpire looking for a call. So the count has run to 3-1 here on Justin Mara, and with the power of Justin Mara, he also has the power to make this one very interesting here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, it's 3-1. Laird hasn't thrown a ton of strikes. Pick a spot, wait on it, and turn on it. And if it's not there, don't swing.
And it's not. Outside ball 4. That'll force in a run. Justin Mara draws the walk. Charlie Towers comes in to score. And the deficit is now 5 for the Maple Leafs.
And that'll do it for Nathan Laird. They are not going to let him face Jonathan Salazzo, and why would you with how it's gone? You got a lefty in the pen, and Anderson going to bring him in and make it a much tougher time for Salazzo and the subsequent Leafs that follow, all of the left-handed variety.
So that'll do it for Nathan Laird. A bit of a tough outing. Struggled with some walks, and Anderson is in to try and limit the damage here and maybe get out of this inning. Well, the Maple Leafs looking to build on this inning where they had bases loaded, nobody out. Now bases loaded again with 1 out and 1 run in. Here in the inning, John Salazzo's at the plate. Jack Anderson is the new pitcher into the game for the Kitchener Panthers. Has appeared in 1 game so far. And Salazzo hits it up the middle. That's into center field for a base hit. 1 run's going to come in to score. Jose Vinicio is getting the wave as well. It's a 2 RBI single for John Salazzo on the first pitch he sees. And the game's now 7-4.
And that's exactly what you want to see from John Salazzo. First pitch out of the pen from Anderson, rip it right back up the middle. And this is the inning for the Leafs. They want to keep it going right here. The middle of the lineup is coming up. Do not let your foot off the gas.
Ryan Dos Santos came through with a massive 2 RBI double in the home opener against the London Majors for the Toronto Maple Leafs, trying to replicate some of that excitement here. And the first pitch in the dirt, it gets to the backstop. That's going to take the double play order for the Kitchener Panthers. Now there's 2 in scoring position for Dos Santos.
And with that, very quickly, Kitchener gets Adam Robertson warming up in the pen. Another lefty.
Some tense moments here for Jack Anderson on the mound, who in his 1 outing this season gave up 2 earned runs against the Hamilton Cardinals in that 5-1 loss, although he did strike out all 3 outs that he got in the inning. So ball 1 on Ryan Dos Santos. And the next pitch is also low, ball 2.
And if I'm Dos Santos, I know you want to put the ball in play, you want to score some runs right here, but take this next pitch. Unless it's middle, and you're hitting that zone, anywhere else, you're taking this.
Dos Santos did find a middle pitch, but he fouls it straight back.
Just missed it. Fastball, middle, and that's the zone to swing at when it's 2-0. We saw it with Vinicio in the first inning. We've seen it a couple times this game.
Ryan Dos Santos ahead in the count already with 5 hits on the young IBL season. And he takes a breaking ball way inside, and the count's now 3-1. But once again, same situation. Unless he finds a pitch that he really likes, might be wise to take this next one. That's Anthony Buonaiuto on deck. Here it comes. And it's way up and in, ball 4, not even close. So after the RBI single by John Salazzo, Anderson delivers a wild pitch that advances the runners, and Ryan Dos Santos is up to second base. And remember, with the new rule in the Intercounty Baseball League, a pitcher that's entered the game either has to finish the inning or face 3 batters, just like in Major League Baseball. And if Anderson doesn't get Buonaiuto here, this could be his last batter. Craig Carrington on deck. The pitch to Buonaiuto is up and in for ball 1.
Yeah, Adam Robertson, who we mentioned earlier, who we thought they were going to turn to end the game if it was close. It is now that. Another lefty, so the Leafs will finish this game facing lefty pitchers.
0-1, finds the zone, 1-1.
And we went into this inning talking about it, right, Thomas? This team does not quit. The outcome hasn't been there, but they battle and they scrap and they claw, and this is another example of that.
Right. Here's the 1-1. Way up and in. It almost hit him. Buonaiuto had to duck out of the way.
Now, if you're thinking from the Kitchener point of view, with Buonaiuto up, he's a prime double play candidate. So if Anderson gets a ground ball here that's decently sharply hit at someone, you can get out of this, relatively speaking, not unscathed, but with a considerable lead still.
Buonaiuto fouls it off to the left. So Robertson, who's warming in the bullpen, had an ERA of 6.87 over 14 games and 18 innings pitched for the Kitchener Panthers. All his appearances came in relief. So far this season, he's already had a couple of outings, and they both went quite well. Both scoreless. Buenaudo fouls it off again. He went down and got that one. He's barely able to foul it off.
Yeah, defensive swing right there, but a good one at that. Make them work. Every single pitch. Scrap and claw and make them work. Not the prettiest swing in the world, but a good pitch from Anderson and a good foul off to stay alive from Buenaudo.
Here's a 2-2. And it's low and in the dirt, and it's blocked behind the plate by Junior Ibarra. Well, the Maple Leafs are really excited to see what they got. Anthony Buenaudo is talking to Jeff Lounsbury, and he said this is a guy, he's excited to see the power in Anthony Buenaudo's bat. They wanted to see what they had in him last season, and well, here's what could be a defining moment early on for Buenaudo. The 3-2 pitch with one out from Anderson, and it's hit straight up, and this one's playable on the infield, and the catch is made in foul territory by Junior Ibarra. 2 away. Oh, that is a big out recorded there by Anderson.
It's a massive out, and unfortunately, a fly ball would have scored a run. Not a bad idea, trying to put the ball in the air, especially with who you have on third base. But yeah, just a tough outcome right there for Buenaudo.
So the task falls on the shoulders of Greg Carrington now. The Maple Leafs still do have one more inning to work with, but this is the opportunity right here. 2 outs and the base is loaded. Lefty v lefty. Anderson against Carrington. And the first pitch is way up and in. Anderson is getting some outs here, but still struggling a little bit with the command. Greg Carrington might just wait for a strike. Here comes the 1-0 pitch from Anderson. And it's in the dirt. Blocked by Ibarra.
And after all this, the 9th batter of the inning for the Maple Leafs, Charlie Towers, who led off this inning, is on deck. In the hole is Jamie Cabral, ready to hit while also coaching first base.
Yeah, the Maple Leafs have a chance to bat around here in the 8th, and they really want that, but they need Greg Carrington to reach. 2-0. In the dirt. Blocked by Junior Ibarra. And now Anderson's really struggling with the command on the mound, and obviously Greg Carrington will be taking this pitch all the way. But can Anderson find the strike zone?
To briefly correct myself, Cabral is not coaching first.
3-0. Way up and in, and it hit him. Off the back of Greg Carrington. And Anderson is not going to face another batter. Charlie Towers is coming to the plate. A run comes in to score. It's 7-5. Well, hold on. They're going to have a conversation here with Anderson. I think
I would be very surprised if they let Anderson face Towers. Is it a lefty-lefty matchup? Yes, but if you bring in Robertson, it is too, and Anderson's shown just that last at-bat. 3 straight pitches in the dirt, and then he comes very close to drilling Greg Carrington in the head. Hits him in the upper back. Kitchener struggled getting outs from their relievers, but you got to think 4 outs from Robertson is doable here. Yeah. It's a long mound visit, and the home plate ump is
look
out
at him.
there.
He's ready to go.
Yeah.
They're going to leave Anderson in the ball game.
It's a risky move, and that was a heck of a long mound visit. I know I just made that point, but the home plate umpire, Lyles, went out there, and usually when that happens, it signifies, hey, let's wrap this up and let's get back on with the game. But Lyles was out there, and the conversation just kept going.
This would show a lot of nerve here from Anderson if he can get through this after walking Carrington on 4 pitches. And there's strike 1 right down the middle.
And you got to take it if you're Charlie Towers. With how wild Anderson's been, fastball right down the middle doesn't matter. You're taking that 10 times out of 10 with the way he's been pitching. Now you got to make him throw 2 more strikes, which is shown to be considerably harder than it should be.
0-1. Inside, 1-1.
Towers batting for the second time this inning, as it's now just a 2-run game. A 6-run game has turned into a save situation, although just the bottom of the 8th for the Kitchener Panthers.
The 1-1 in there for a strike, 2-1, and Anderson is back on track. Charlie Towers at the plate, trying to drive in another run for the Maple Leafs. The 1-2, and he hits one on the ground. This is a slow tapper towards first base, a flip, and he's out at first base. Anderson gets out of it, but not before the Toronto Maple Leafs tack on some runs to make this interesting. They got 4 in the inning, but boy, that is a big fist pump moment from Anderson on a very, very close play at first base.
Charlie Towers cannot believe it. He threw his hands up in shock. And man, oh man, it's a tough play, especially to see from up here in the booth. But man, Towers thought he beat it. Towers thought he beat it.
To the 9th we go, a 7-5 lead for Kitchener.
I thought he beat it, but
Well, an exciting end to the inning. Charlie Towers racing down to first base to make it close. And a big call goes the way of the Kitchener Panthers. They lead 7-5, but the Maple Leafs do put up 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. Julian Tomachko is on for the Maple Leafs. Junior Ibarra is at the plate for the Kitchener Panthers. And he takes outside. The count's now 2-1. So Julian Tomachko from McMaster University. He's got a great fastball. He'll get it up into the 90-mile-per-hour range. And he learned that playing for the Fort McMurray Giants, the Edmonton Prospects, and the Okotoks Dogs, all in the Western Canadian Baseball League. He's also had some pro experience playing for the Quebec Capitals in the Frontier League and the Trois-Rivières. Now delivers low ball 4, so Junior Ibarra is going to reach base to start the inning.
And we talked about it earlier on in the game with Martinez getting a shutdown inning after a big inning from Kitchener. It's now Toronto's turn. You are still in this game. You need a shutdown inning here from Tomachko and get right back on the bats. The bottom of the lineup started it last inning for the Leafs. They're coming right back up, starting with Jamie Cabral here in the what will be the bottom of the 9th.
Here's a bunt that's foul down the first baseline.
We've seen Kitchener square around a couple times this game with bunts, and not one of them has worked.
It's a lost start.
It is a lost start, unless you're Greg Carrington, who laid down a beauty of a bunt earlier this game for Toronto.
The 1-0 bunting again. It goes to the backstop. That did not hit the bat, so that's going to allow Junior Ibarra to advance to second base, and now the bunt is off for Stephen Whalen, who has 2 hits in the ball game.
And what I would argue is a little bit of a lost start on its own is the ability for pitchers to realize when the other team is giving you an out and take it. It's got to be a perfect bunt in this league, like Carrington's, to make it on base. Throw a strike, take the out, move on.
Line drive up the middle. This could score a run. Into center field. No, Junior Ibarra is going to get the stop sign at third base, although the Kitchener Panthers are knocking at the door. It's first and third with nobody out. And Julian Tomachko is going to have to dig himself out of a hole here if he wants to get through a scoreless inning.
And that's what I mean. One thing leads to another. You try and place it perfectly when he's obviously sack bunting to try and get a guy in a scoring position. You throw a wild pitch, the guy gets to second. Now you got runners on first and third after a base hit. You just take the easy out. It's like you said, Thomas, with bunting, it's a lost start on the mound to just take the out.
Jordan Carthy is at the plate. Just a little story on Julian Tomachko when he was out playing in the Western Canadian Baseball League. He's playing in Sylvan Lake, and it's a brand new team out there in Sylvan Lake, and Julian Tomachko became the first game to win, or the first pitcher to win a ball game out in that new stadium that they built in Sylvan Lake. So he's had his impact all over Canada. He's in the history books out in the WCBL.
He has. He's been here in Ontario. He's been in the Prairies. He's been in the Western Canadian Baseball League, as you just said. He's bounced around. He's had a ton of experience on a ton of different teams.
He's got 4 pitches. He's got the fastball, which will sit around 90 to 92. He's got the slider, which is something that's new this season they didn't have last year. He's got a great changeup. He uses the Luis Castillo grip, where he holds the ball with 3 fingers and kind of offsets the seams. And then he's got a curveball, which he learned in his first year of being a pitcher, which, believe it or not, was in university at McMaster. What just happened?
Check swing that the home plate umpire, Lyles, called for a swing. The Kitchener bench erupting there to check that down at first base. Quite frankly, it looked like a swing from up here. I imagine if they checked it down to first that probably be called a swing anyways, but always want to get confirmation in that situation if you don't know for certain, but it's been a rowdy game.
Swing and a miss, strike one. So that's step one. There's out number one, and we're assuming here that the Maple Leafs are going to have to hold this lead to 2 to come back in the 9th, although they did put up 4 last inning, but they got the help of a lot of walks.
Yeah.
The more the cushion is for the Kitchener Panthers, the more simple the task on the mound is going to be for Robertson coming in the 9th. 0-2 on Misa, and that one just missed.
And for most teams, you look at their first baseman and you say, okay, well, that's a likely double play candidate. Nolan Misa has good speed for a first baseman. He's a quick guy. He's not a prototypical first baseman where you can say, okay, a ground ball with man on first, we'll get out of it. No. He has some speed.
1-2, runner goes, strike 3, throw down to second base, and it's into center field, and a run's going to come in to score. And hold on a minute.
And they're calling interference on the batter. They're saying Nolan Misa interfered with Justin Mara's throw, stepping in front of the toss.
So that's gonna...
And the Kitchener bench is furious. But that was a quick and assertive call from Lyles behind the plate. And you don't see many throws from Mara that just tail into the ground like that. So you'd have to think something was up there. So a strikeout and a batter's interference stepping in front of Justin Mara.
And that's how the inning ends. And Julian Tomochko gets through what was interesting,
to say the least,
but successful, and a very good job by him to cool the nerves and get through the inning, and gets a little bit of help there on the catch to interference, although that would have been an out at second base had Charlie Towers been able to corral the ball and put the tag on. So it's a 2-run lead for the Kitchener Panthers.
And after all this, Jack Anderson is back on the mound.
And that's interesting as well, so we'll have more on that when we get back.
And Sunday afternoon.
So that is the way that the last inning ended. A strike him out catcher's interference double play. Not one you see every day. And the Maple Leafs have a chance here in the bottom of the 9th, although they need 2 runs. And it's Jamie Cabral who's going to lead things off. He had an infield single in his last at-bat.
Yeah, you got speed at the plate right now. You got speed on deck in Jose Vinicio. We talked about it at the end of the last half inning. The decision to leave Jack Anderson on the mound is an interesting one, considering he hasn't been able to throw many strikes. Robertson is ready in the bullpen.
And that one catches the outside corner. So the count's now 2-1.
Which makes me wonder if they feel more confident as a lefty-righty matchup with Anderson on a righty than Robertson on a righty.
Check swing. Cabral did not go. So the count's 3-1.
I would imagine, though, that if Anderson allows Cabral to get on base, be it walk, be it hit by pitch, be it a hit itself. Then they would turn to Robertson, top of the lineup with the lefty on lefty, but not a ton of confidence instilled from Anderson's first inning out there.
The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Jamie Cabral had a huge cut at that one.
Gotta get on base any way you can.
Full count. Way outside, ball 4. So the tying run is going to come to the plate. Jamie Cabral hyped up about that when he flipped the bat all the way into the Leafs dugout from home plate. And he's on first base. And once again, we see Robertson ready in the bullpen and just throwing a couple pitches to stay loose. And he'll be there if needed.
There is something going on that we are evidently not aware of. But there is no reason for Robertson to not be in the game right now.
Right, unless Robertson's the last pitcher left that they have.
Brady Schnarr was warming up earlier as a righty, though. So
right,
I would rule that out.
That vetoes that, yeah.
That vetoes that.
Well, let's see. We'll see how this plays out, I guess.
Yeah. So
Anderson did build some momentum after that last inning when he got the out at first base. He made a heck of a defensive play to rush over there and beat Tomochko to the bag. Cabral going, and he's going to steal second base easily. The throw is into center field, but Cabral smartly just stays right there. Boy, he is quick.
He is speedy. I told you, man. He is quick on the base paths. He's a good base runner. Now, for the Kitchener Panthers at this point, that's defensive indifference. Ibarra threw it away, but that run doesn't matter. The run that matters is standing at the plate and Jose Vinicio, who's already hit one out today, as the wind once again begins to pick up.
Coming straight in from center field. Vinicio hits one up the middle. That's into center field for a base hit. They're going to hold Cabral at third base. Jose Vinicio has a massive turnaround first because there's no one covering first base. And the Maple Leafs have the tying run standing at first, and there's nobody out.
And Cabral's reaction of being held at third there, a little bit of surprise and a little bit of shock. It makes total sense. I'm sure he would have scored anyways.
But
Jet Jarvis's arm is not, it's good, it's not as good as it could be, but
no one would have had a good enough arm to throw Cabral out coming around third base.
When he gets going, he gets going. But again, no reason to do it. And once again, stop me if you've heard this before, Anderson is still on the mound.
Jordan Castaldo at the plate. Check swing. I can't see the third base umpire, but by the reaction of the catcher, I'm going to say that was a ball, no swing.
No, he swung.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Check swing, called strike.
Junior Ibarra kind of threw his arms up in the air.
I think Ibarra was mostly surprised it wasn't called a strike directly from the home plate umpire in Lyles, that they had to appeal it, but they did.
Which is fair.
Very
Jordan
fair.
Castaldo went around. So here's the 0-1. Castaldo takes a strike, and it's 0-2, and now it's Jordan Castaldo who's unhappy with the home plate umpire. Anderson ahead in the count, 0-2.
And it's a big out. Castaldo and Mara 2 on deck, both double play candidates. If you can get a strikeout here, the double play potentiality is still in play.
Castaldo fouls it off to the left. Way out of play. Maple Leafs see Jordan Castaldo as a guy who can drive in runs with the best of them and get on base. Kitchener Panthers see Jordan Castaldo as their ticket to winning this game and getting a double play right here.
There's a lot of field down that left field line. The ball has been cutting away from the left fielder a lot this game. Slice one. He's so good at doing it.
0-2. Low and framed by Junior Ibarra, although I think that pitch was quite low.
That was quite low. I give Ibarra props. At this point in the game, any call you can get, but that pitch, I'm fairly certain Castaldo would have had something to say if that ball was called a strike.
Okay, here's the 1-2 pitch. 2 on, nobody out. Castaldo swings and he just got a piece of it. Oh, it went off the glove of Junior Ibarra as well. Jordan Castaldo hangs on by the skin of his teeth there. And he's battling. And it's 1-2.
And Jordan Carthy has moved even further towards center field and left field, further towards center field, I should say. A lot of green down there, down the left field line for Castaldo to take advantage of.
The 1-2 pitch. Jordan Castaldo was way out in front, but that's Jordan Castaldo in a nutshell. He finds a way to foul it off. If Castaldo hits one down the left field line, Jose Vinicio will score. Jordan Carthy's not even close to the foul pole down the left field line.
Another aspect to this is Robertson has been throwing for so long. He's not throwing right now, but he's thrown so many pitches down in that bullpen, getting up, sitting down, getting up. Something to keep an eye on should they turn to him.
Check swing. Inside, Vinicio stealing. The throw. He's safe.
Heads up play from Jose Vinicio there. Another delayed steal. We talked about this earlier. Ibarra was so focused on whether that pitch would be a called strike or not that he didn't.
And boy, it was close at second base as well, but Jose Vinicio eliminates the possibility of the easy ground ball double play. And now there's two in scoring position, and Jordan Castaldo's battling. It's 2-2. The Kitchener Panthers lead by 2. Castaldo at the dish. Here comes Anderson's pitch. And that one misses low and inside.
And
Another
Anderson.
Close take.
Anderson can't believe it. Hands on his knees. Castaldo's worked this back to a full count. Two very close pitches there on Castaldo, neither going Kitchener's way. Some barking from the Kitchener dugout.
So the count is full.
This is such a Castaldo at-bat, isn't it? This is what he does.
And he fouls it off. And again, he was way in front of it, obviously sitting on the fastball, but he's good enough to get a piece of it.
Anderson has come in to this game, been somewhat effectively wild, thrown a ton of pitches, and Castaldo is making him work.
Anderson's in the zone now. He's had to throw a ton of good pitches in this at-bat to Jordan Castaldo. He's going to need another. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And Castaldo hits it to first base, foul.
He hit it off his foot again.
Now, walking Jordan Castaldo in this scenario is really not the worst thing in the world. You set up the force out at home plate, but with the control issues that we've seen from Anderson, that's just not a scenario he wants to put himself into, you'd think.
No, and Castaldo's the winning run, you know? Does he have the speed like Vinicio or Cabral? No, he doesn't, but he's the winning run in the way that the Panthers have kind of tossed the ball around the last inning and a half or so. I don't want to take that risk.
Another 3-2, and it's fouled off.
Partner, if my math is correct, I believe this is the 11th pitch of the at-bat. I could be wrong.
An at-bat that started 0-2.
An at-bat that started 0-2, you're absolutely correct. And again, marginal victories, regardless of the outcome of this at-bat, you're making Anderson work and you're making him stress. These are all high-stress pitches in a high-leverage spot. It is not easy to keep chucking strikes.
And Castaldo hits it into the outfield. That one's down for a base hit, and that's going to tie the ball game. Jordan Castaldo wins the 11-pitch battle against Anderson, and the Maple Leafs have life in the ninth. It's tied 7-7.
And just a beautiful piece of hitting right there. What have we talked about, partner? The amount of space that has been given to Castaldo down the left field line, and he does just that. He gets an outside offering, waits on it, right down the left field line. A beautiful piece of hitting. We've seen it plenty of times before. Anderson has some words to the Maple Leafs dugout and to the home plate umpire Lyles as he heads off. And it is now Adam Robertson time in an incredibly tough spot here, but you cannot overstate how good of an at-bat that was by Jordan Castaldo. Working it back to a full count, fouling off 3 or 4 really tough pitches from Anderson, and then flaring one right down the left field line. Beautiful piece of hitting.
We'll have more on Robertson when we come back. 7-7 at Dominico Field. Robertson into the game for the Kitchener Panthers, trying to hold the Maple Leafs right here and force extra innings. It's Justin Mara who's at the plate. And if you were watching, Robertson did not have a good warm-up there. Threw a pitch to the backstop on his second last pitch, and what I will say as well is that the Bushmen down the left field line saw that, and they were all over him.
And Anderson still giving it to the home plate umpire even as he was in the dugout there.
And the pitch is in the dirt.
So a number of things going on here. We talked about how long they left Jack Anderson in the game. Robertson's on the mound now. Chris Nagorski is down in the Leafs pen warming up, should there be a 10th inning.
Up and in, and it nearly hit Justin Mara in the head. And the woes of the warm-up for Robertson have continued into this at-bat here against Justin Mara.
And again, 2-0 count, hitters count, pick a spot, center, otherwise leave it.
And that one's in the dirt. So that counts 3-0.
And now you're not swinging at all. You saw how Robertson was throwing in warm-ups. You've seen the first 3 pitches here. No need. If he throws a get-me-over fastball, all the more power to him. You are not swinging at this pitch.
And he finds the zone, strike 1. There's another pitcher warming up in the bullpen for the Kitchener Panthers, but he's wearing a sweater, so I'm not sure who it is. There's a couple guys warming up. And that's in the dirt, ball 4. Justin Mara will head down to first base. Jordan Castaldo, who represents the winning run, is going to move into scoring position.
Look who's coming up to the plate.
John Salazzo.
You cannot pick a better guy in this situation if you were the Toronto Maple Leafs. The winning run on second, your best hitter coming up to the plate.
And he's 2 for 4 today.
And we now have a pinch runner, so Jordan Castaldo, now that he's made it to second base, he'll be out of the ball game.
Kieran Wong is going to come on to pinch run for Jordan Castaldo at second base. Kieran Wong's another one of the junior call-ups that's in the lineup for the Maple Leafs here today. So I guess that was a bat we hadn't considered.
That was a bat we hadn't considered, although I'm not sure of Kieran Wong's experience playing first base. I mean, they're hedging their bets right here by saying a base hit to the outfield deep enough, we're sending Wong to the plate.
So I think what they would do is they would go Wong to second base, Charlie Towers to third, and Salazzo to first, if I had to guess.
Hopefully it doesn't get there.
Or maybe Buonaiuto to first base. First pitch strike to John Salazzo.
Salazzo would love to not see that occur.
Just
end it right here.
Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Just a crazy scenario if this were to get to extra innings. The other guy who has experience playing third base is Julian Tomochko. And he hasn't been taken out of the game yet. Played first base at McMaster University. Up and in, and it hits John Salazzo. Kieran Wong is going to head to third base with Ryan Dos Santos coming to the plate trying to walk it off for the Maple Leafs. The bases are loaded with nobody out.
And the crowd that is remaining on the Christie Hillside is getting into it here. The winning run on third in Kieran Wong. Dos Santos has the potential here to walk it off. The outfield for Kitchener comes in, so does the infield.
In the dirt, it goes to the backstop. Here comes Kieran Wong, and he scores! And the Toronto Maple Leafs win the ball game. They walk it off. They come back from down 7-1, and the Leafs have won in 2024.
And you could almost feel it coming, couldn't you, Thomas? Robertson was wild out of the gate, walking the first hitter, hitting Salazzo in the head on a curveball. The pressure is mounting. And that's the beauty of having Kieran Wong on the bench.
And now we find the explanation for why Anderson was still in the ball game, too.
That we do. 2 lefties. It looked like on paper it would favor the Panthers, but that just about sums up how the season has begun for both the Maple Leafs and the Panthers. The Leafs needed this. A massive come-from-behind win here. Nobody needed it more.
The game was 7-1 in the 8th inning. The Maple Leafs riff off 6 consecutive runs and then a 7th to win the ball game. Kieran Wong comes home on the wild pitch with the bases loaded and nobody out. And the Maple Leafs move to 1-4. The Kitchener Panthers to 0-3, and the Leafs now in that final playoff spot in the Inter-County Baseball League.
And on a crazy day that started 3 innings in, we were talking about how nuts this game was. Vinicio with the leadoff shot to open up the scoring, going down 7-1 as you said, storming all the way back. Charlie Towers and Jamie Cabral both starting things in the bottom of the 8th. Terrific at-bats, and then it spirals, and this is what this team does. They scrap and they claw and they're gritty and they fight till the bitter end. It didn't work the first 4 games. It sure as hell worked now, and this is the team that we should be accustomed to seeing for the rest of the year. A team that does not give up, by their own words, and a heck of an effort overall, and a big win.
If you're questioning the level of compete from the Toronto Maple Leafs, you can take that off the board right there. That's the quote after last game from Jesse Hodges on the Toronto Maple Leafs, and they competed right to the end and they win the games. 8-7 against the Kitchener Panthers in walk-off fashion for myself, Thomas West, as well as Gus Cousins.